Szanowni Państwo, drodzy goście, nazywam się Marlena Grzymkiewicz i z ogromną radością i zaszczytem witam Państwa na uroczystym otwarciu 24. Międzynarodowego Kongresu Marketingu Publicznego i Non-Profit organizowanego przez Akademię i International Asociación on Public and Non-Profit Marketing. To wydarzenie gromadzi wybitnych przedstawicieli świata nauki, administracji publicznej, samorządu, organizacji non-profit oraz sektora biznesowego, by wspólnie poszukiwać odpowiedzi na wyzwania współczesności, opierając się na wartościach takich jak misja, zaufanie i dialog. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a great pleasure and an honor to welcome you to the official opening of the 24th International Congress on Public and Non-Profit Marketing organized by the Akademia Górnośląska and International Asociation on Public and Non-Profit Marketing. This event brings together outstanding representatives of academia, public administration, local government, non-profit organizations, and the business sector to collectively explore contemporary challenges grounded in values such as mission, trust, and dialogue. Please note that the rest of speech will be in Polish. For those who require English translation, headsets are still available at the entrance. Szanowni Państwo, pozwólcie, że oficjalnie przywitam naszych wyjątkowych gości honorowych i z tego miejsca zapraszam do otwarcia dyrektor Akademii
I would like the Dean of the Górnośląska Academy, the initiator of and host of today's event, Dr. Marta Adamczyk, the professor of the Górnośląska Academy, to now take the floor. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. With great joy and honor, I would like to open the 24th International Congress of Public and Non-Profit Marketing, co-organized by the International Association of Public Marketing and Non-Profit, Public and Non-Profit Marketing. Also the non-public institution of higher education that for 130 years here in the Silesia region is running different courses as part of the first degree, second degree studies, also postgrad studies, MBA studies, but also courses, training sessions, and PhDs. Apart from 4th departments in Poland, our institution also has a Vienna branch. That's why I am all the more happy that this event can be strengthening the mission and vision of the university, leading to its constant permanent development. The official opening of this Congress has brought together many distinguished guests. Let me allow myself to maybe now welcome all of you. I would like to welcome kindly the host of today's event, of this building, the president of the mayor of the Katowice city, Mr. Marcin Krupa. I would also
like to welcome Mr. President of the International Association on Non-Public and Non-Profit Marketing, ladies and gentlemen, Professor José Luis Vázquez.
With us we also have the MP, Urszula Koszycka, the Śląski Wojewód, Marek Wójcik, the mayor of the city of Ogrodzieniec, Marta Piralczyk, vice president of the Bielsko-Biała, Mr. Kamiński, Vice President of the City Council of Katowice, Mr. Krzysztof Pieczyński, the Plenipotentiary of the Minister of Education, Henryk Kiepiera, Mr. Leszek Boniewski, the Dean of the Organization Management Department of Śląska University of Technology, Dr. Professor Anna Huzior, PhD of Silesian University of Technology, Director of the Łukasiewicz Research Network of the Institute of Non-Ferrous Metals, Barbara Juszczyk, is on her way, and we would like to welcome her as well. the director of the tourism and management, Katarzyna Bielicka, the professor of the University of Economic University in Katowice, the president of the local trade chamber, Viktor Pawlik, in Gliwice, the president of the kierownictwo organization, Dr. Professor Leszek Kiełtyka, the president of the Silesian Association of Polish Entrepreneurs, Michał Gawroński, the vice president and deputy director of the local economic chamber in Katowice, Ms. Magdalena Mięsko, vice president of the Katowice Special Economic Zone, Ewa Lipka, the vice presidents of the Artisans Chamber, Jan Witkowski from Katowice, the president of Śląska Foundation Anioły, Beata Twardowska, the director of the Walcownia Museum, Ms. Ewa Walcewicz, the director of Silesia Convention Bureau, Dominika Wojniak, the vice president of the management of the International AK Army Silesian Circuit, Mr. MA engineer, Mr. Świeboda. I would also like to welcome the councils of the academic council members of the Congress who are with us stationarily as well as online. The transmission is on a YouTube channel happening right now, live. I would like to welcome all participants of the Congress from Brazil, Croatia, Ireland, Norway, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Hungary, Czech Republic, as well as from Poland. I would also like to mention that the representative of the country that's furthest away from Poland is stationary here with us in Katowice, for which I would like to thank him. I would like to welcome the deans of the Górnośląska Academy, lecturers, employees, students, as well as all friends and of our higher education institute, whom I'm not able to mention by name, but I would like to welcome all of you for your presence here during this opening ceremony. I would like to thank you and welcome you again once more. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take you in a 3-day trip with wonderful adventures all over the various fields of science. The leitmotif of the presentation is bridge between future and past, public and non-profit marketing for post-industrial areas. So places that are very characteristic for our region. I would like to focus on these tasks, and these lectures today of the second and third day will be, those presentations will be devoted to that very topic. First, however, I would like to welcome you to 2 discussions, during which we'll be talking about the marketing of value in the public and non-profit sector, as well as we would like to focus on science through the prism of shaping its brand. Tomorrow, however, we would like to welcome to the keynote speaker lecture Mr. Engineer Janek Koterbiński will be talking to us about the marketing of empathy, so how to design campaigns which are really changing social attitudes, as well as the next discussion panel devoted to the role and the place of women in marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you a wonderful, especially to the guests from outside Poland and from outside of Katowice. I would like to welcome you a fantastic time. I would like you to discover the Katowice, as well as all the nooks and crannies of Silesia, and I would like to wish you all many surprises related to your trip and your discovery. I would like to wish you also a spiritual feast, new relations, hoping that the networking will last for a long time. This international networking will be a lasting one, and I would also like to somehow maybe turn the tables on tradition and maybe reverse the order of such events, because I would like to maybe start from saying thank you. We are in such a distinguished group here and now only today. The Congress will last for 4 days, and there is a lot of events and a lot of emotions definitely ahead of us. However, I would like to first of all thank Professor Vasquez for his trust and for him realizing for the first time in Poland the 24th edition of this very event. Thank you kindly. I would like to thank the Dr. Piotr Dzik, who was the spiritus movens of this event. He actually talked me into organizing this event. I would also like to thank for cooperation the committee, Piotr Dzik, Anna Adamów-Motorzyńska, as well as the Vice Dean, Dr. Joanna Szewczyk-Kucka. Thanks to you, without you, this event wouldn't have taken place. I would like to also welcome the person who gave everything to this event at the head of the administrative team, Ms. Małgorzata Rutowska. She is a person thanks to whom this event has been coordinated very well, and she wouldn't be able to do it alone because she is also assisted by many individuals, many members of our team, our group, and here I would like to thank you all, congratulate you all for your determination and bravery, and that you have trusted me that this will be successful, and hopefully nothing will go bad. Thank you once again. I would like to wish you a lot of pleasant experiences here in Poland, in Silesia and Katowice. Thank you. I would like to thank our sponsors and patrons, for whom I would maybe at the very end request to have a round of applause for. The Eko Fundacja, Silesian Academy of PPH Mine, Pilen Slavency, Poland, the patrons, the Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Industry, Marshal of the Śląskie Voivodeship, Mitsubishi Luga, President Marcin Krupa, President of Katowice, President of Bielsko-Biała Jarosław Waroszewski, President, Mayor of the Bielsko-Biała District Jarosław Klimaszewski, Bogumiła Koniewska, as well. Industry Chamber in Gliwice, Economic Chamber in Katowice, Artisan Chamber in Katowice, Katowice Special Economic Zone, Silesian Małopolskie Hydrogen Valley, Silesia Convention Bureau, Polish Education Union, EAB, Polska Association of Polish Internet Sector, Polish Social Communication Association, PR and Promotion of Polish Universities Association, Upper Silesia Association, Śląskie Museum in Katowice, Museum of History of Katowice, Górnośląskie Muzeum in Bytom, Walcownia Museum, the Silver Mine Sztolnia Czarnego Pstrąga, the Association of the Tarnogórskie Land Lovers, Association Bridge, Una Veza Foundation, Opus Unicus Foundation, Silesian Angels Foundation, Między Uszami w Krakow Foundation for Hard of Hearing by Forum Akademickie, Academic Forum, Business Hub. We'd like to thank all of those organizations. I would like the Mayor of Katowice, Mr. Marcin Krupa, to take the floor. He's the host of this beautiful building. Thank you kindly, distinguished Dean, dear Voivod, dear President, dear distinguished guests, dear MP. I'm very glad that another great initiative related to one of the pillars of the economy of this town of Katowice. I would like to thank this conference for being here in Katowice. This conference gives us a chance to meet here in our town. For many years we've been putting on this very branch of science. We call it an industry of meetings or event industry. This is indeed a big industry. Katowice is definitely benefiting, as well as the whole Upper Silesian metropolis. We are all benefiting from events because you come from different parts of the world to us. And you can find again and learn something about this region of Poland and rediscover it. which is a very much economy-focused area of Poland. This region in recent years has been going through a giant metamorphosis. And this metamorphosis can be seen comprehensively here in Katowice. Katowice, in generally, has been a city that's been only associated with carbon and steel. However, right now we might openly say that this is a city of culture and modern technologies, and first of all, a city of higher education. This is another important pillar or development of our region, our town, our city, I mean, and that's why realizing that we do have a great potential that is hidden in every one of us, in all the inhabitants of our city, all creative people who are pro-development, who are not afraid to take matters into their own hands and lead things right to a successful end. Let me just briefly draw a picture of that city of Katowice so that you are aware that despite this is a post-industrial city, in its entire history, this city actually has been developing and is developing. We are celebrating 160 years anniversary of the city of Katowice, and over the 160 years we've been continuously witnessing a development. This regardless of what's going on in international trends, regardless of what's going on the financial markets, we are constantly developing. We've went through the industrial revolution, we've went through a industrial boom in the city of Katowice, and then after the Second World War, we've been also developing industry as such. We had an influx of people from all over Poland who are seeking jobs in mines and steelworks, and right now we're going through another step in our development. We are going through a metamorphosis that we called we are calling it a green economy or a green deal, because in this whole pro-development factor, in this whole pro-development perspective and context, we need to have a look at the environment and how to go forward with little negative influence on our society. I think that we are able to change our town, change our city, and change the labor market in such a way that everybody on the labor market can find something for themselves. We have over 130,000 new jobs, and we are becoming a hub for work. We're let's say employment hub for people from our region. This is very joyful because Katowice has become a development leader, not only of our region or our metropolis, but also we are the biggest city in the Silesian province, and I think that this is a normal process. If we look at other big cities which are not only located in our country but also in Europe. An important element of our city is that several years ago we have created the only Polish Upper Silesian metropolis. This is the only metropolis, strict metropolis based on a national law. It's a metropolis based on 41 cities and smaller cities and villages that create a joint complex of cooperating entities, which has about 2 million inhabitants. So this potential is indicating that it's worth to invest in Katowice. It's worth our metropolis is worth receiving the investments, because the potential for growth and multiplying the effects of investments is very high indeed. So we are a post-industrial city. We've also been a mining town in the past. We are trying to kind of fight. We're trying to fight our, let's say, all the negative trends that go hand in hand with the, let's say, mining areas. And I think that even despite the fact that one of the titles of the conference is is including the word non-profit. However, we would like to also think in terms of numbers. But non-profit is something that is working to the benefit for all of us, so we need to remember about it. So the non-profit format I also am very open to and very much would like to welcome it. I will maybe do the same thing as the Dean has already said. I would again like to reiterate that rediscovering Silesia is a very important thing that can help us learn more about the history of the region. We are a very exceptional region. We have many European capitals in the vicinity, I think in the radius of 400 kilometers. There are very many big cities. We have a Pyrzowice airport, and we have a eastern direction route railway that terminates in the Sławkowo terminal. We in Gliwice, we have the so-called Gliwicki Channel connected to the Odra River, so an inland water line, which offers potential and shows what kind of potential this area has. Let alone very many interesting lakes that we have. We also have mountains close to us, the Beskid Mountains. 1 hour away from here, we can reach a completely different climate zone and a completely different place. So the attractiveness of Katowice is very big. I would not only like to have a look at the landscape, but also would like you to come and have a look at how rich the cultural and event offer is. There's many events happening here. You can visit us for a city break or on holiday to rediscover this potential of this part of Europe and this part of world. I would like to wish you for the next 4 days of your deliberations a very much successful stay, interesting results and conclusions that we later, as the public sector, will be able to turn into reality later. And of course, I would like to wish you a safe way home, and then hopefully you will come back to us again in the future. Thank you kindly. I would now like to give the floor to the MP, Urszula Koszucka. Thank you kindly. Your Magnificence, dear Dean, dear Voivod, dear President, dear guests. These are very beautiful words indeed. We all, dear President, love the Silesian Voivodeship. This is a special area. I also come from Upper Silesia, so I know that this is a place where it's worth to live, it's worth to study and learn, it's worth to come here to visit this place, and it's also worth to invest in here, because in Silesia we have 4 million people living, and this is a market that can be discovered. Dear Dean, we talk about science today. A real strength of the nation, a real strength of the region, a real strength of Silesia, but also Katowice comes from investment, knowledge and science. It is science that sets out new trends. Science sets out the quality of future life, and it's science that develops not only the region, but it develops us individually. That's why it's always worth looking towards science and support those institutes of higher education that think about science in a broader perspective. That's why I would like to thank you, dear Dean, for this inaugurative event, for this 4-day conference that will encourage us to think about the future and how we contribute to science in our region so that it's even better. I would like to emphasize that the Upper Silesia Academy is one of the first non-public academic institutes in this region. This is a higher learning institute that is developing very strongly and offers us many interesting departments, and I would like to thank the Dean for that. Dr. Peter, sorry, I forgot your surname, but I would like to thank you for talking the Dean into organizing this event. Dear Dean, we all here in this room will be trying to contribute so that science develops properly so that science is actually strengthening our region, but also so that science is a driving force for a good and intensive economic growth, economic potential, social development, and economic development. And let's remember about that. Let's remember that each and every one of us is building their own network. These relations, this network is actually building a very good, they streamline all types of the dynamics in social networks in our community networks, in our communities, in our milieu that we live in. Now we are paying a lot of attention so that Poland is safe and secure. We managed to force Europe to think about security of our continent, and the EU now is devoting 150 billion for defense industry, and we also were talking about how important science is. We are thinking about, everybody is thinking about the diploma for Europe and increasing investments in the new financial framework in order to strengthen not only the Silesian region and Poland, but also the whole Europe. And I would like to wish the Dean for wonderful conference. I would like to wish participants fantastic reflections, good, fruitful thoughts, and come back to Silesia again.
Zapraszam serdecznie wojewodę śląskiego, pana Marka Wójcika.
Marek Wójcik, the voivode of our province. Dear Dean, dear President, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the Dean for the fact that the Academy has taken up this conference. And this is an important event, and every time the conference has a long tradition. This 24 editions is actually a pretty long tradition, and this shows us that the topics that you are touching on are very important, and in the long run, they actually do require certain changes. You are reacting to what's going on in the world. I'm very happy that the president of Katowice has presented not only Katowice but also the whole region. I hope that you will use these 4 days to actually see how important this phenomenon looked like when we decided to transform from a industrial area into a modern metropolis. I hope that these 4 days actually will be very fruitful. We as public administration are actually, when it comes to issues of marketing, transfer of information, we do have our own problems and our limitations, but I'm very happy that we have a science and community that's dealing with these topics. If I were to point to problems that we are facing right now, I would first of all say that as public administration, we are ensuring citizens multiple services on a very high level. These are very important services and very much necessary for our citizens, but we unfortunately do not have promotional means for promotions that the commercial sector has. That's why we need support in this regard. And in order to come up with and plan such promotional campaigns and marketing campaigns that will allow us to reach with our offers, with our public offers, to reach inhabitants and their actual recipients and customers. I would also like to point attention to the actual problem that we are facing every day, on everyday basis. We as public administrations, we have to build our respectability and trust, social trust to our public administration, to the messages that we are sending, which is especially important in many crisis situations. In the current world, it is very difficult to build this reliability. It's very hard to retain social trust in a world which actually is inundating us with information and different types of fake news, with different types of fake information that's just repeated in social media. I'm convinced that these are processes which are actually very objective, that are occurring everywhere around the world and that are in some way a result of the social development or a development of technology. Therefore, I'm especially thankful that you have come here to Katowice from around the world to discuss these very topics, and I hope that you will definitely come up with different solutions, and you will definitely grant us certain tips of how to deal with these modern challenges. I would like to wish you an inspiring meetings. Thank you. Thank you kindly. I would like to give the floor to Leszek Boniewski, who would take the floor on behalf of the Minister of Education, Henryk Kipura. I am very grateful to represent the Minister of National Education, MP, Mr. Henryk Kipura. The Minister handed over a letter to me that I will read right now. Your Magnificence, Dr. Marta Adamczyk, Professor of AG, the Dean of the Korfanty Akademia Górnośląska Institute of Higher Education. Your Magnificence, please allow me to thank you for inviting to this meeting. I would like to combat, however, my public duties prevent me from doing so. I am very happy that this prestigious event, this Congress, organized by International Association of Public and Non-Profit Marketing, is taking place exactly here in Katowice. Thank you kindly to the whole community, academic community of Akademia Górnośląska for organizing this very important event. I am very much convinced that the discussion about marketing, post-industrial heritage and technological innovation in the age of dynamic economic progress, as well as sustainable development and social responsibility, has a chance to transfer into a real forum of exchange of thought experiences as well as good practices. Representatives of science, representatives of local government or on NGOs cumulatively meet to exchange their experiences. Hopefully, these thoughts and ideas will develop into a brighter future. Henryk Kipura, Secretary of State in the Ministry of National Education. Dear Dean. Thank you kindly. Now I would like to welcome Eva Lipka, the Vice President of the Katowice Special Economic Zone, to take the floor. Thank you kindly, ladies and gentlemen. We are here and we are all relevant to this topic that combines the world of education, local government, as well as business that I have the pleasure to represent today. We are organizer of an event that in a city that takes its strength from industry but is focusing on the future that's innovation-based, new technology-based, as well as based on dynamic marketing and dynamic non-profit NGO organizations. That's why it's very much important to take up this debate that thinks about the future. We cannot look into the future without considering the past, without considering the present, characterized by artificial intelligence that we use in communication and marketing. This is an element that's influencing the way we look at the world, that's influencing our world, our relations, and how we shape communication with other people, with the inhabitants, with the business. That's why I am very much happy that here in Katowice, in the heart of Silesia, we are discussing about such important topics, topics which basically regard everybody, regardless of the perspective that you have. I would like to wish you fruitful debates, inspiring experiences, and as they say in marketing, I would like to wish you a lot of good likes, good comments, so that hopefully everything goes well, and not only online but also in your lives outside of the online sphere. Thank you kindly. I would like to welcome you for an opening lecture by the President of Public Marketing Institute, Professor Jose Luis Vasquez.
Good morning, dzień dobry. My first two words in Polish. Dear Rector, dear authorities, dear colleagues and friends. When they asked me to make a brief summary on the association and its activities, it seems to be a very easy task for me, it seems. Then I realized it was something for 20 years' time and a real number of issues. It has been quite a long time, since April 2002, when a conference on international non-profit marketing was held in León, in Spain. A conference, not a congress, a conference. Having a look in the explanatory memorandum, the event was freely aimed to constitute and consolidate over time a periodic chance for teachers, professionals, and experts from different countries to meet and exchange experiences in the research field. This conference was a pioneering event.
Szanowni Państwo, Wasza Magnificencjo, Pani Rektor, Szanowne Władze, drodzy koledzy, koleżanki, przyjaciele, przyjaciółki. Kiedy proszono mnie o podsumowanie działalności naszego stowarzyszenia, wydało mi się to pracą dość łatwą i przyjemną, ale okazało się, że działamy już przecież ponad 20 lat i zadanie jest trudniejsze niż myślałem. Minęło bowiem już sporo czasu od kwietnia 2002 roku, kiedy odbyła się pierwsza konferencja poświęcona marketingowi publicznemu i non-profit w mieście León w Hiszpanii. Wystarczy przyjrzeć się naszemu memorandum wyjaśniającemu, by zauważyć, że wydarzenie miało na celu ustanowienie i stopniowe utrwalenie cyklicznego spotkania dla nauczycieli, profesjonalistów, profesjonalistek i ekspertek z różnych krajów, którzy mogliby regularnie spotykać się i wymieniać doświadczeniami w swoich dziedzinach badań naukowych.
No, my Polish sounds perfect. Yeah, this conference was a pioneering event, not only by being focused on very particular and specific areas of marketing science, but also by being especially open to the participation of students. It was in this way that not only the academics and professionals at the time, but also those who were expected to be, those the future promises in marketing area, some of them currently clearly consolidated, the ones and the others had the opportunity to present and debate face-to-face about advances, theories, experiences, and concerns, regardless the formal or academic distance that sometimes separates them in the classroom, those who play the roles of teachers and those who play the roles of the students.
Konferencja ta była wydarzeniem pionierskim nie tylko dlatego, że koncentrowała się na bardzo specyficznych obszarach nauki o marketingu, ale także dlatego, że była wyraźnie otwarta na udział studentów i studentek. W ten sposób udział w niej wzięli nie tylko akademicy i profesjonaliści, ale również ci, którzy byli oczekiwani jako głośni goście, ale także ci, którzy byli dopiero obiecującymi naukowcami i naukowczyniami. Część z nich w międzyczasie ugruntowała swoją pozycję na arenie międzynarodowej i wszyscy uczestnicy i uczestniczki mieli okazję wziąć udział w debatach twarzą w twarz na temat postępów w swoich badaniach, niezależnie od tego, jaki stopień akademicki reprezentowali. Ogólne odczucia uczestników wyrażone w podsumowaniu wskazały na bliskość i życzliwość debat i też ich produktywność.
The general sentiment of the participants by the conclusion reflected the closeness and the friendliness atmosphere of the debates, as well as their productivity. Additionally to those, the close relationship between the concerned topics and the socio-economic reality in that time and now in the future, therefore current.
Wspomniana już wcześniej produktywność i też przyjazna atmosfera towarzysząca konferencji wykazały bliski związek pomiędzy omawianymi tematami i rzeczywistością społeczno-ekonomiczną tamtego czasu, ale także wyglądały tego, co przyniesie nam przyszłość.
As a result of the experience, and aiming a formal continuity to the working line, the International Association on Public and Non-Profit Marketing was established by mid-December that same 2002 by 14, let's say, day 14 crazy or nearly crazy people in Spain. A few months later, by mid-April 2003, it was included in the official register of associations, thus properly beginning the activities.
W wyniku tych doświadczeń postanowiliśmy, aby zapewnić formalną ciągłość naszym działaniom, założyć w grudniu 2002 roku w Hiszpanii Międzynarodowe Stowarzyszenie Marketingu Publicznego i Non-Profit. Powstało ono z inicjatywy 14 osób i już kilka miesięcy później, w kwietniu 2003 roku, stowarzyszenie zostało wpisane do hiszpańskiego rejestru stowarzyszeń, tym samym oficjalnie rozpoczynając swoją działalność.
A real number of things have happened within the association later on. Considering meetings or events, new editions of the conference were held in Zaragoza in 2003, Covilhã, Portugal in 2004, and as a consequence of its wide acceptance and growing impact in the academia, they changed their name to that of Fourth International Congress on Public and Non-Profit Marketing, which held in Jerez de la Frontera in 2005.
W kolejnych latach stowarzyszenie spotykało się podczas kilku spotkań. Były one organizowane w ramach konferencji, między innymi w Saragossie, ale także w portugalskiej Covilli. W związku z szeroko rosnącym znaczeniem w świecie akademickim naszego kongresu zmieniono nazwę również konferencji na IV Międzynarodowy Kongres Marketingu Publicznego i Non-Profit, którego edycja odbyła się w Jerez de la Frontera.
New editions of the International Congress have been held in Cluj-Napoca in Romania, Braga, Portugal, Szeged in Hungary, Valencia in Spain, Bucharest in Romania, Porto in Portugal, Vilnius in Lithuania, Osijek in Croatia, Vitoria in Brazil, Cork in Ireland, Badajoz in Spain, Giron in Hungary, Leon in Spain when the pandemic it was online, Braga in Portugal, Spring, Hungary when Piort appeared and asked for the possibility of doing it here, and Kobija in Portugal, up to current one in Katowice in Poland.
Nowe edycje kongresu odbywały się w wielu miastach na całym świecie, takich jak Cluj-Napoca w Rumunii, Braga w Portugalii, Szegeden w Węgrzech, Walencja w Hiszpanii, Bukareszt w Rumunii, Porto w Portugalii, Wilno w Litwie, Osijek w Chorwacji, Vitoria w Brazylii, Cork w Irlandii, Badajoz w Hiszpanii, Gior w Węgrzech, Leon w Hiszpanii, Madryt również w Hiszpanii oraz ponownie w Bradze, Weszprem i w Kowili, a obecna edycja, jak Państwo wiedzą, odbywa się po raz pierwszy w Katowicach.
More recently, a new event was promoted with a much stronger regional agenda. The LATAM Social Marketing Congress, aiming the support of Spanish and Portuguese as linguas francas for the generation and transmission of knowledge, together with English. Starting in 2019 in Córdoba, in Argentina, it has also been held in Montevideo, in Uruguay, Caracas, Venezuela, Lima in Peru, Cali in Colombia, and Belo Horizonte in Brazil. And the 7th edition is expected by the beginning of next September in Sonora in Mexico.
W ostatnich latach inicjowano nowe wydarzenia o wyraźnie regionalnym charakterze, które znane są jako Kongres Marketingu Społecznego IAPNM LATAM. Celem tej imprezy jest promowanie języków hiszpańskiego i portugalskiego jako lingui franki w generowaniu i przekazywaniu wiedzy biznesowej wraz z językiem angielskim. Pierwszy kongres odbył się w 2019 roku w Kordobie, w Argentynie, kolejne w Montevideo w Urugwaju, w Caracas w Wenezueli, w Limie w Peru, w Cali w Kolumbii oraz Belo Horizonte w Brazylii, a 7. edycja planowana jest na początek września tego roku w Sonorze w Meksyku.
In parallel, the educational duties of the substantial number of societies led to organize, promoted by the national section of the association in Spain and Portugal, of a scientific teaching conference starting in 2003. And the 7th edition of this scientific teaching conference in 2009 was held together with the first International Congress of Teaching Cases in Public and Non-Profit Marketing. Also, an annual forum with alternative venues in both countries, later on crossing the ocean and reaching its 17th edition by next December.
Członkowie i członkinie stowarzyszenia organizują też imprezy w Hiszpanii i Portugalii z ramienia sekcji tychże krajów, znane jako konferencja naukowo-dydaktyczna, której pierwsza edycja odbyła się w roku 2003. 7. już edycja tej konferencji w 2009 roku z kolei została połączona z pierwszym Międzynarodowym Kongresem Przypadków Dydaktycznych i Marketingu Publicznego oraz Non-Profit, które stanowiło coroczne forum jako alternatywne miejsce organizacji konferencji w obu tych krajach, które to konferencje następnie przeniosły się do Ameryki Łacińskiej za ocean i w tym roku będzie odbywała się już 17. edycja tej imprezy.
Enabling new tools for the dissemination of research results, the International Review on Public and Non-Profit Marketing started to be published in 2004. Nowadays, it continues being published in partnership with the Springer Group, and it has been consolidated as one of the main references at international level in these fields of study.
W celu stworzenia nowych narzędzi rozpowszechniania wyników badań naukowych w roku 2004 rozpoczęto wydawanie czasopisma International Review on Public and Non-Profit Marketing. Dzisiaj jest ono wydawane we współpracy z grupą Springer i uznawane za jedno z głównych czasopism referencyjnych na poziomie międzynarodowym w tej dziedzinie.
A second journal will join the publishing agenda in 2013, reflecting the enriching and disciplinary nature of contributions in congresses. It was responsibility and sustainability, socio-economic, political and legal issues.
Drugie czasopismo, które zaczęło się ukazywać od roku 2013 roku, odzwierciedla interdyscyplinarny charakter wykładów przedstawianych na kongresach. Nosi ono tytuł Responsibility and Sustainability, Socio-economic, Political and Legal Issues.
And linked to the International Congress of Teaching Cases, a specific journal also started to be published in 2014, Cases in Public and Non-Profit Marketing, including those contributions presented in the Congress and selected due to their special interest and relevance.
Ponadto ukazuje się również powiązany z Międzynarodowym Kongresem Przypadków Dydaktycznych tytuł znany jako Cases in Public and Non-Profit Marketing. Jest to czasopismo specjalistyczne, które zawiera wybrane referaty przedstawiane podczas różnych edycji kongresów, wyróżnione ze względu na swoje szczególne znaczenie.
Even more, the increasing diffusion and acceptance of the Congress, together with the also increasing quality of the contributions, have given chance to other specific publications and several books with Springer.
Ponadto rosnąca ranga naszego kongresu wraz z jakością wykładów umożliwiły nam publikacje w innych wydawnictwach, w tym w kilku książkach pokonferencyjnych wydawanych przez wydawnictwo Springer.
Nowadays, they are members of the association worldwide. Specifically, it has national sections of representatives in Spain, Portugal, Argentina, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Brazil, Bulgaria, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, France, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Lithuania, Mexico, Morocco, Nigeria, Pakistan, Peru, Poland, Romania, Slovak Republic, Slovenia, South Africa, United States, Uruguay and Venezuela.
Obecnie członkami i członkiniami stowarzyszenia są przedstawiciele i przedstawicielki nauki z całego świata. Mamy sekcje krajowe i przedstawicieli w krajach na całym świecie. Pozwolę sobie nie odczytywać ich wszystkich ze względu na czas, który nas goni. Od Hiszpanii, Portugalii, przez Europę, Amerykę Południową, Północną, Afrykę oraz kraje w Europie Środkowo-Wschodniej, a więc w skrócie od Hiszpanii po Urugwaj i Wenezuelę.
As a result of the work carried out and a trajectory for 24 years, we can state at the moment that the association has been consolidated as one of the salient references in public, social, and non-profit marketing for academic and professionals, length and breadth of the world.
W wyniku 24-letniej współpracy możemy stwierdzić, że nasze stowarzyszenie ugruntowało swoją rangę jako jeden z głównych punktów odniesienia w dziedzinie marketingu publicznego, społecznego i non-profit dla środowiska akademickiego i zawodowego na całym świecie.
And this way, we reach this 2025 year when the Akademia Górnośląska, the Katowice Business University, is hosting this 24th International Congress on Public and Non-Profit Marketing under the general title of Bridging the Past and the Future, Public and Non-Profit Marketing for Post-Industrial Areas.
I tak oto ten przegląd historyczny prowadzi nas do roku 2025, kiedy to Akademia Górnośląska zorganizowała odbywającą się obecnie 24. międzynarodową edycję Kongresu Marketingu Publicznego i Non-Profit pod tytułem Łącząc przeszłość z przyszłością, marketing publiczny i non-profit dla obszarów poprzemysłowych.
I'm sorry because it's yeah. By the way, it's a real pleasure because we are located in León. León is in the northwest part of Spain, close to the mountains, close to the mountain. My family, my ancestors came from what we call the Cuenca Asturleonesa.
Co ciekawe, nasz uniwersytet w León zlokalizowany jest w północno-zachodniej Hiszpanii, na Pogórzu, na dość dużej wysokości i moi członkowie również pochodzili z regionu znanego ze swoich górniczych właściwości również w górach Hiszpanii.
Cuenca is the word we have for the place where coal mining sites are located.
Jest to region Cuenca, który oznacza miejsce wydobycia czy też zagłębie węglowe.
So my family, my ancestors are from some of them from the coal mine, or some of them from the railway works.
Mam więc osobiste powiązania z przemysłem węglowym ze względu na historię mojej rodziny.
So we are facing similar challenges. Applying public and non-profit marketing in post-industrial areas involves using strategic communication, branding, and community engagement to address economic decline, population loss, and social disconnection often found in these regions.
Stosowanie marketingu publicznego i non-profit w obszarach poprzemysłowych obejmuje wykorzystywanie strategicznej komunikacji, budowania marek oraz angażowania społeczności lokalnych w celu przeciwdziałaniu regresowi gospodarczemu, ubytkowi ludności i zerwanym więziom społecznym, które często dotykają tego typu regiony.
We must understand the context of territories like Silesia, like Cuenca, that have experienced the decline of traditional industrial activities, often facing high unemployment figures and may suffering from a negative image.
Aby skutecznie działać, musimy rozumieć specyfikę terytorialną takich regionów jak Górny Śląsk czy Cuenca, które dotknięte są tego typu zjawiskami i które doświadczyły spadku tradycyjnego sektora przemysłowego i często cechuje je wysokie bezrobocie, zmagają się też z negatywnym wizerunkiem w sektorze publicznym.
Then, now, clear goals and strategies must be set to rebuild community identity and pride, to attract investment and tourism, to promote civic engagement, to support local non-profit and social enterprises, to foster public-private partnerships, to develop a compelling brand identity, to highlight historical legacy, cultural assets, and new developments, etc.
W związku z tym musimy wyznaczać sobie jasne cele i strategie odbudowy tożsamości społeczności lokalnej oraz dumy czerpanej z lokalności, przeciągając też inwestycje, turystykę, promując zaangażowanie obywatelskie, wspierając lokalne organizacje non-profit i przedsiębiorstwa społeczne, tworząc partnerstwa publiczno-prywatne czy rozwijając spójną tożsamość marek, podkreślając dziedzictwo historyczne, zasoby kulturowe, nowe projekty i tak po kolei.
That is a pretty big challenge, but there are a real number of opportunities to be found, and a lot of work for marketing specialists, of course.
Jest to wielkie wyzwanie, ale daje nam ono realne możliwości i oczywiście ręce pełne pracy specjalistom i specjalistkom od marketingu.
Additionally, when thinking on the program for this edition, we kept in mind some of the topics, as a number of them, as well as the intention of holding an event involving, as in previous years, a real chance for productive meetings, encouragement of collaborative projects, and nurturing of international cooperation networking.
Dodatkowo, planując tegoroczną edycję, mieliśmy na uwadze kilka innych tematów oraz chcieliśmy zorganizować wydarzenie, które, podobnie jak w poprzednich latach, stworzy realną szansę na owocne spotkania, inicjowanie projektów, współpracy oraz pielęgnowanie naszych relacji międzynarodowych.
However, and due to the exceptional circumstances of the pandemic outbreak, since its 2020 edition, the Congress turned also virtual. So some of the participants have had the option of online participation. They are not in face to face. This way, at least some possibilities of foreign interaction will remain.
Niestety, ze względu na wyjątkowe okoliczności towarzyszące wybuchowi pandemii w 2020 roku, kongres odbył się w formie wirtualnej. Uczestniczki mogli więc wziąć udział wyłącznie online, ale dzięki temu przynajmniej pozostały nam częściowe możliwości interakcji, choćby na poziomie wirtualnym.
In summary, it has been a real challenge, and we are very, very grateful to the work and extra effort of all the people who have made possible this 24th edition. A smashing team with our dear rector, Marta Damczyk, Anna Daus-Maciuska, Peter Dix, he is guilty, he knows, Malgorzata Rusowska, as well as Katarzyna, Agnieszka, Nina, Julia, Marlena, Alexandra, Przemysław, Ryszard, Olena. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone, maybe so, I'm sure I do. Hopefully, for sure, the final result will be liked by everybody.
Podsumowując, było to naprawdę duże wyzwanie i jesteśmy niezwykle wdzięczni za wysiłki i pracę wszystkich osób, które umożliwiały realizację tej 24. edycji kongresu. Przede wszystkim fantastycznemu zespołowi z naszą drogą panią rektor Martą Adamczyk, pani Annie Adamus-Matuszyńskiej, Piotrowi Dzikowi, Małgorzacie Rutowskiej, a także Katarzynie, Agnieszce, Ninie, Julii, Marlenie, Aleksandrze, Przemysławowi, Ryszardowi i Olenie. Mam nadzieję, że nikogo nie pominąłem. Mam nadzieję również, że końcowy efekt naszych wysiłków przypadnie Państwu do gustu.
Miło jest być w Katowice. Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you very much and enjoy your time in Katowice and the Congress.
Raz jeszcze wielkie dzięki, udanego pobytu dla wszystkich Państwa w Katowicach. Wszystkiego dobrego.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you kindly, ladies and gentlemen, and now we'll move on to the point number 1 of our agenda, debate regarding marketing of values in the public sector and social sector. Debate will be hosted by what was your title again? So PhD Joanna Strzelczyk-Łódzka, professor of the Akademia Górnośląska, Vice Dean for Education Matters here and at AG. Let's talk about how values can shape communication and image of public institutions. Thank you kindly. I would like to welcome all of you. It's very nice for me to welcome all of you at this Congress. All the more I'm happy to run the first debate that will initiate this content proper of our Congress. I'll be the host. I will not yield my hosting position. Before I start inviting our wonderful panelists to the conversation, there is one more thing I would like to mention. I would like to also welcome the president of the management board of our partner institution, the Dolomity Entrepreneurship and Ząbkowice Mine S.A., Mr. Janusz Kmicik. Welcome kindly. I think we've forgotten to welcome him. He's a very important welcome that we would like to extend to him as well. Our first conversation during the Congress will be regarding the topic that seems today very difficult, especially when we're talking about the crisis of value crisis of authorities, we're talking about the fact that it's hard to gather people around certain idea. That's why marketing of values is a very important topic to discuss. Perhaps the second part of the title of my panel, which is telling us that it regards non-profit organizations and local governments. This explains it a bit more. However, I still believe that this is an important challenge to build a marketing strategy in such a way so that in a very responsible way these values could be cherished, so that we can bring together inhabitants, and so that beneficiaries as well as donors, when we talk about foundation and NGOs, the whole concept of a mission of building trust as well as having a responsible dialogue with all stakeholders is very important and very difficult. Right now, we are on the market having new generations. Some people say they are different, sometimes difficult to understand for us. We find it hard to understand their emotions and their values. That's why both the local government as well as non-profit institutions, they have to face this challenge to build their mission appropriately and build their transparency appropriately, so that they can also reach out towards those younger generations who will later build all the institutions after us. That's why our discussion, I think, will be also slightly philosophical in nature. When we talk about mission, trust, and dialogue, then definitely these social elements as well as psychological and behavioral elements will have to be strongly present. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome my dear panelists. Let's maybe start from Professor, who is our very much a content-rich foundation, Professor Dr. Katarzyna Wielińska. Where can I sit? Wherever you want. Professor is a director of the marketing chair and tourism of the Katowice University of Economy, and I thank you for coming here and supporting us with your when it comes to content. I would also like to welcome Celina Pająk. I would like to welcome her kindly because the director of the Department of Promotion of Tourism and Sport in the Silesian Voivodeship. She has taken up a very important challenge because until yesterday our panelist, Vice Marshal Mr. Pietraszek, was supposed to be our panelist, but he is sick, so we have information that she will be, and she agreed to join us instead, so welcome kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, also one more woman in our panel. I think that we all know her, President of the Silesian Angels Foundation, Beata Twardowska. Let's sit down. Take your seats and you can sit wherever you want. I see that Mr. President would like to sit somewhere in between our distinguished ladies. Now I would like to welcome us our President of the City of Katowice, who accepted our invitation, Dr. Engineer Marcin Krupa. I would also like to welcome the Vice President of our city. I come from Bielsko-Biała, so this is also, let's say, and always will be my city. Przemysław Kamiński, the mayor of Bielsko-Biała. And I would like to welcome kindly Hopefully you can take your seats. You can take your seat. Mr. Michał Gawroński from the Econ Foundation, the president of the Amber Foundation, Amber and Partners Foundation. And we also, he used to be a member of the Silesian Entrepreneurship Federation. I would like to welcome also my panelists, my dear panelists. Maybe let me sit on a more comfortable chair to ask questions.
Hey, I was wondering, ladies and gentlemen, how I could possibly start us off on this debate. Didn't want to get too deep into statistics, but one fun fact I'd like to quote, because it surprised me too, is as I was studying all the data on trust extended to different institutions, towards cities, local governments, it suddenly dawned on me that in a relatively major study, the findings showed that the global community mostly trusts the business sector among these stakeholders. Over 60% pointed to business as an enclave towards which they had the highest trust. And then we had NGOs rating second with 55% of public trust, and the remaining stakeholders, institutions, scored much lower. And if I were to be honest, then I would have to unfortunately rank the media at the rock bottom. Sorry to the journalists in the room. So these results were more than interesting, especially when you compare them with the results for Polish popularity ratings and trust ratings. Polish local governments have scored in a slightly different way, at a different level. And let me start by referring you to the title of this panel. So, Mission, Trust and Dialogue. I'd like you to, very shortly, if possible, tell us about what you find the most difficult, or at least the most difficult to establish. Is it the sense of mission, the sense of trust, or the rational and responsible dialogue? Because at times this dialogue is very much like going through the motions. It's just there to be there. It doesn't really play a significant role. Consultations, if held, are basically for show too. They are part of the red tape that is not followed by any meaningful findings for the local authorities to consider the public opinion of the local community. Even though members of the local communities are more than willing to contribute to such dialogues, but then when it comes to the responsiveness or long-term commitment, unfortunately we see a major drop-off. So there is a number of factors to consider, and with that in mind, I'd like you to consider these three words. Which of them is the most important for you and your activity, and why? So, mission, trust, or dialogue. Maybe we'll start with Professor Bilińska, who will tell us about the marketing, value-based marketing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for letting me participate in this panel discussion of ours, and I am delighted to be here on the same stage with my colleagues and peers from different local communities. I am a native of Katowice myself, and the major changes that have occurred here in Katowice, which I observed from nearby, from the neighborly city of Chorzów, which is also in Upper Silesia, to whose culture I am strongly tied. What I've seen in Katowice is something commendable, and I'd like to tip my hat to all those here in the room, starting with Her Magnificence, Madam Rector. Speaking of marketing, it seems that we need to get back to the roots, to square one, to the fundamental premise that our end user, namely the customer, is the addressee of our product, and this product has to fulfill their needs and demands in order to be proper, in order to be value-based. What is value, though? It depends on who you ask. There are different definitions. To some, quality is about value is about quality, and to others, value will be about good value for money above all, or about the price above all other facets. So it all depends on the definitions you adopt, and from the point of view of place marketing as a city, we will be talking about a whole range of factors that comprise the offering, not the product, because it's a city that we talk about, or a region, and that translates into added value on the end market for those who, quote-unquote, buy our city and its narrative. And it seems that demographic challenges are of tremendous importance, especially if we consider the fact that modern-day cities literally fight for their populations to stay in, especially here in Upper Silesia, where you have old industrial cities like Chorzów, Sosnowiec, and so on, where demographic processes are one aspect that affect them adversely, and the brain drain by major centers outside of those cities is another. These people and their influx are obviously an influx of taxes paid, and this brings me to a certain dystopian thinking of populations as those who have and don't have access to something, so included and excluded. And with that in mind, the marketing approach that is highly humanitarian stresses to get as many stakeholders on board, to include them, maybe not so much for an equal level playing field, because this is a highly utopian category, so equity is one, but so that they have at least more or less equal chances in terms of transportation, culture, education, and work, labor market. I could go on, but unfortunately, I'm seeing that the moderator is cutting me off, and I need to give the floor, yield the mic to the other speakers. But to sum up, value is a multifaceted criterion that has to be tailored to the specific persona, the specific profile of persons you want to reach out to. Okay, so is it mission, trust, or dialogue, to sum up? No, I'm sorry, I'll have to cut you off. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you all on behalf of the Marshal of the Silesian Voivodeship, Wojciech Saługa, and greet you from the Deputy Marshal, who unfortunately, as has been mentioned, is injured or is in the post-operation room right now, and he is recovering and is unable to attend, but he sends his warm greetings nonetheless. Moving on to your question, I think I would begin with dialogue. Dialogue and proper sense of understanding between the parties that helps you establish trust, and based on this knowledge you build your sense of mission. And so with that in mind, I'd like for the authorities of the Upper Silesian province to remain open-minded and well-tuned to the needs of its population and its stakeholders, and well aware of the demand created by the local population of Upper Silesia. It's a highly diverse region, and it stretches from Częstochowa in the north to the Beskidi Mountains in the south, and it has its own diverse needs that are very much reflecting what is expressed in the course of this dialogue. And I think that it all should start with dialogue, and dialogue is the overarching value. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be among you here at this illustrious conference. I am a native of Katowice for generations. So it's my great honor and pleasure to be here, and thank you, Madam Rector, thank you, Madam Moderator. You are great and strong and resilient women, and I'd like you to know that. Oh, we do know that already, and I know that you ladies are more than welcome on this panel, because the last panel I moderated, I was blamed for only including male respondents, so we have a parity here. Okay, speaking of the foundation and why I made it here, my foundation is going to celebrate its 20th anniversary. It's a charity, non-profit, pro bono organization that our local authorities are very fond of. So the Silesian Angels, as we are known, work towards the inclusion of women, children, persons with disabilities, and seniors. And if you want to join in on our efforts, make sure you visit our website and see how much you can achieve, how many kids you can send on holiday to the seaside, and how much good you can offer to the others free of charge, based on the goodwill and the open hearts and minds of people, mostly women, because women are those who are more active as pro bono activists in our country. And we still have 15 more persons in the foundation who share the wealth of their kindness with others, and who open their purses whenever needed. So this keeps us a well-oiled machine, this human potential that gets behind the city and its community. And there is a host of angels around us that support our operations, including
bo jesteście zawsze wspierające na rzecz, już dzisiaj były u seniorów, już sadziły z seniorami kwiaty, już
and they were with us today, with seniors, our colleagues, with the other cares of our foundation. We work our tails off in order to alleviate their pain and afflictions, and I can only encourage you to join in on our efforts and throw a little something from you. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, and once again, welcome to Katowice, and thank you for the invitation to speak on this panel, and responding very straightforwardly to the question you asked me, Madam Deputy Rector. I'm all about trust, especially here in Poland. Well, we often give an open line of credit extended to public individuals. We take them in good faith, and I think this is the crux of the matter, because if you have this good degree of trust, if you give somebody a clean slate, and you think that they act in goodwill, then it is a testament to a general belief in the goodwill of others. Which is surprising, considering the fact that we are a rather distrustful nation, distrustful society to a certain degree, and yet many of these operations are based on trust and are successfully concluded. So yes, trust opens many doors. Thank you. And our next speaker now, I'd like to start by stating that I am with you on behalf of the mayor of Bielsko-Biała, who is unable to be at this conference. And the precondition for dialogue, for effective dialogue with citizens is trust. Indeed, it is all about the public consultations for as long as they are effective. Many people complain that they do not last long enough. And when you think of the strategy for our city until 2030, we have a number of working groups and working panels that will meet on a regular basis to iron out some new solutions. And even in a city of 174,000, it wasn't easy. A relatively small group of active individuals that got on board, and we wanted to keep them engaged in the city of Bielsko-Biała. And our role was to keep the trust and to build it further on when it comes to public services and how they serve the citizens. The less politics in it, the better for the general population. Obviously, it is difficult to avoid politics altogether. But sometimes politics is involved. For example, with our latest initiative, the Center for Integration of Foreign Nationals is a heatedly debated topic in our city. Some people take great pride in this institution running for the past 6 years, or at least they did when it was named differently. Right now, after the word foreign nationals and integration have been mentioned, it suddenly has turned itself from a molehill into a mountain. So it all depends on the perceptions, on the politics, and how you guide your narrative. So is it about mission, trust, or dialogue? Which of these is the most difficult one and the most crucial one? Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this panel, and I think that the very nature of this question is important. As a foundation, I can tell you that our mission has grown out of a sense of responsibility, because as a foundation, we started to buttress environmental awareness, community awareness when it comes to the management of waste. So both for economic reasons and for health-related reasons. And as a foundation, we wanted to raise awareness, above all. And 2 years ago, we started a big campaign called Econ, which we started off in Katowice, in this very city. And we started with 1 ton to 100 ton per annum of hazardous waste that we isolated from general municipal waste. So this translates into great economic burden, especially with respect to energy transition and waste management. And on the other hand, we know that this waste will not go to waste, so to speak. It will be processed in a responsible fashion without adversely affecting the local communities. And, so for the past several years, we have strengthened our mission and expanded it into other sectors, starting with sustainable economy, intergenerational solidarity, and all sorts of initiatives that can benefit those individuals who want to contribute to a more sustainable, cleaner environment for the generations to come. Thank you very much, dear panelists. These responses represent a spectrum of different approaches. Some of you stressed dialogue, others trust, and others a sense of mission. So I guess there is a variety of perspectives on the table. And with that in mind, I wish to divide this debate into three blocks, starting with mission, how it should look like, why it is so essential, and how we should build it. Before our panel, I glanced at missions of different cities around the world, and it turns out that they are established around similar core values, even though they are formulated in different manners. So perhaps I should start with the city of Zurich, which wants to be a leader of sustainable, innovative and actively engaging city that gets its citizens on board to shape its future. This is the first example. The mission of the city of Zurich in Switzerland, which stresses innovation, sustainability and development. The second one comes from the city of New York, and it's about equal opportunities and well-being for all citizens and prosperity on a way to greater social justice and sustainable development. So it's a different wording in here, and maybe equity and level playing field is an integral part of New York's development policy. Starting with you, Mr. Mayor, how do you see the mission of the city of Katowice? What is it centered around? What are some of its manifestations and what domains for us as citizens? First and foremost, I'd like to start by commenting on the missions that you quoted around the world. And then there is one common denominator for them, which is sustainability, or sustainable development goals, which is maybe intangible to a certain extent, but it is very tangible in others, because we know that through different operations that we run here in Katowice or other cities, we very deeply touch upon these different sustainable development goals. And I think this is the overarching goal for any mission that is about change or development of our localities. In general, we are very much aware of the fact that development is not a finite process. It is an infinite one, and it changes depending on trends, needs, and necessities. And I guess the best case scenario is obviously to pull off any change here and now, swiftly and effectively, but mostly to think ahead, and knowing that you will not be able to get any ready-made answers to the questions you ask, that the answers will be coming to you in the course of 5, 10, or 20 years. And thinking that development of our city of Katowice can be measured in 30 years, in a span of 30 years, is the right kind of perspective, I guess. A fun fact here, even if you take erroneous decisions but you follow through, then these decisions, erroneous or not, will be better for you than indecision or withdrawal. A case in point can be provided by a number of cities in our region, the country, and abroad, where the leadership changes every now and then. And everything the predecessors have done is negated by default, which is nonsense, because there's a number of long-term projects that you can use as your own platform, that you can integrate in your political agenda. Because if you don't, then you will need many more years to bring these things to an end, many more years than 10 years, which is a maximum number of years in office that a mayor in Poland can govern a city. And an approach to our development and localities that does not take this continuity into account will only lead to disastrous results. And it's not only about me, and my own interests, about getting re-elected and spending 10 years at the helm of Katowice. That's not important. I think from a perspective of a local politician, you obviously know what you want to do in the short and long span, but the crux of the matter and what our communities often fail to understand is the fact that many of us want to repair what they see around them and to continuously strive for greater and improved quality of life and demographics, successfully coping with those major problems faced by our cities, our region, and our whole country and continent of Europe, unfortunately. We're all facing the same problems, and we have to address them in a sustainable fashion. And we see that these large metropolitan centers are a magnet, but the drawback of that is that they also brain drain those heartland regions, attracting the cream of the crop to the big metropolitan centers. And obviously we all want to advance socially. We are all driven and we want to make the best of our opportunities, but a true sustainable model of development, such as the one that we promote in Katowice, will benefit not only your own locality, but the region as a whole. You need to stand firmly on 3 legs. Regardless of the terrain you stand on, if you have 3 stable legs, you will be able to continue. So stable jobs, a stable community, and housing opportunities, and an opportunity to grow. This is what defines our quality of life, and this is what helps you identify with a given locale and spend your whole life and place your living interests in that locality, even if you don't really travel around all that much, at least for economic reasons. So I guess the policy that we have been implementing has been backed by the majority of our local community. We have a steady rate of public support at 60%, as manifested by the previous local elections. Obviously, this is not the vote cast by the general population, because the voters' turnout was lower than 100%, so obviously you cannot extrapolate, but still, this is something that gives you a mandate for pursuing a general direction that we are implementing right now. Okay, let's move on to Bielsko-Biała and Mr. Mayor of that city.
So we heard about the mission laying ahead of Bielsko. Could you tell us how to build this mission, including also different interests of different stakeholder groups? We have a very varied interest groups of interest. How to unite inhabitants around this mission? Well, of course, it's very difficult. Nonetheless, taking into consideration the fact that we've done a lot of work regarding strategy, and we did a lot of conversations circling around that topic, focusing around that topic. We do have a lot of incomers, and the dialogue is always pretty difficult, but as has been said by the president, every city tries to attract big urban centers, of course, have it easier we try to promote the idea of a so-called compact 15-minute city. Just as President Krupa has mentioned, Beskidy is only 1 hour away. And also, this is when it comes to Katowice, but when it comes to our town, we can go into the Beskidy Mountains and it takes us only 5 minutes after we've completed our hard day's work. We also strongly work on our Achilles heel, which is the development of learning institutions. That's why we are happy that in Bielsko-Biała will be opening a branch of a medical university. We allocated a big plot of land for that purpose, and right now we already are operating for the 2nd year in this matter, and very soon we'll also open up the public services market, because we'll be certain an oncological center, and we'll be trying to absorb the staff that will educate at the branch of the university. We have to compete also and bribe, in a way, these medical staff to stay with us instead of just running away somewhere else. We do, however, think that our town is a very good place to spend your time. If you have an idea, if you have an idea for yourself, if you have a vision, you can stay with our town and grow and develop there. And, even people who left our town, they still come back to Bielsko on the weekend because it's so great. I have a question to the representative of our Marshal office. Since we're talking about towns or cities, let's talk about the region maybe now. Now maybe the director can tell us how to connect the marketing of values with the strong brand of a region. I think that all of the values that our predecessors mentioned are valid indeed. First of all, we have to rely on authenticity, reliability. Of course, we need to reflect the interests of our inhabitants and communicate a consistent narrative towards our inhabitants that reflects their needs and their interests. We need to define who we are and what we are. We are indeed the people who live here. That's why we do investments in infrastructure, culture, and ultimately, however, the recipients of such are the inhabitants of that region. That's why we need to focus on who we are, and definitely inhabitants are very much open, very much innovative. They are open to the changes that regard us and will regard us. We are very proud of how hard we work and how all the inhabitants of the Silesian voivodeship focus on our hard work and the hard work that we do. The wide range of interesting activities that we run is also concentrating around the different events, different interesting initiatives. First of all. Secondly, we try to be opened. We try to be opened as local government towards our inhabitants in order to run this process and talk consistently about our region and promote it in such a way that it's very much reflecting what our inhabitants expect. Let me come back to the foundation. Dear President, if you tell us how to build the mission and how to communicate it to a potential donor, maybe. A foundation is usually based on donors. Beneficiaries the beneficiaries, of course, depend on you. And second question is, how would you describe the situation right now. How to convince the donors to supporting you? Are you really suffering from the crisis of authority? There are many non-governmental organizations that accumulate funds for different purposes, of course, but we have to be very careful so that our funds, that we accumulate, which are very precious to us, we want to focus on providing assistance to the good hands, not somebody who doesn't deserve it or shouldn't get it. We should focus on environment, protection of health and human life. We try to emphasize that we are focusing on issues important to people, like, for example, intergenerational exchange, environment, or human life. We would like to show all donors and people who support us how we do it. We would also like to participate in different initiatives, cooperate with local governments, cooperate with science, cooperate with business, because these are the actual sources of where we can accumulate funds. We actually have, over the last 3 years, implemented many initiatives, and starting from supporting heart surgery department, supporting the Silesian Angels Foundation. We support local government entities focused on economy, and we try to be very open about what and how we do it. Also, we try to responsibly use media. Of course, there is a certain crisis of charity, but that's maybe because some people are already tired. Maybe they are looking towards the economy in general and don't see much hope in the foreseeable future. Nonetheless, there are those who have fresh initiative and fresh strengths into organizing events and then transparently passing on information about the charities themselves, thus boosting reliability and confidence in inhabitants. And we try to do it so that in the long term we do that efficiently. We've passed on 1 million zlotys to charities over the last year, and we do evoke a lot of trust among people. And I would like to thank the Górnośląska Academy for many years of cooperation, which also helps us accumulate valuable resources. I would like to thank you for your cooperation. Okay. Madam President, I have a question regarding the mission that you're already implementing. My question would be how to do this so that the mission and the values that are supposed to be expressed by this mission, how to make them, how to build the values and how to support the values so that the people in the foundation also observe these values, so that the mission is authentic for them, for the people who are partners of that organization and work in that organization. This is a difficult question, but we need to somehow, let's say, pass on this passion to people who work in the institution itself. What's important is to work above any divisions, because politics is always there, but let politics be politics. We, however, as foundations and in all NGOs that we have, we would like to depart from politics, and just operate our mission and passionately work towards the mission that we set out for ourselves. We want to communicate that the actions undertaken within our foundation actually inspire people. We get the funds from donors and from the marathons that we organize, and 13 runs that we have conducted already as part of our Śląska Foundation. We organize events so that kids can be the actual benefactors and maybe involve those who are interested. This is the mission of us as an NGO. We're filling the gaps where the city cannot fill, and we want to cooperate and work like that. And this is how we cooperate and work in Katowice. I would like to thank the president of the city, because foundation can always rely on our president of our city. Now, Yeah, I think Zurich was mentioned before with their initiatives, and we actually perform those initiatives that Zurich is only dreaming of. I would like to also ask about a very particular matter, the measurability of what we work. How can we measure it? How in value-based communication, how efficient is it? Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we should start from answering the question, what is the mission itself? Because very often we use certain vocabulary items that are not understood by others. That's why I think it's worth emphasizing that the mission is simply a certain direction. Vision and mission, they're all about including as many recipients as possible, so that we can include as many recipients as possible, inhabitants of our region. And the level of inclusion should also be measured through tracking of social media activity. Because without social media, it's very hard for us to talk about implementing a communication strategy, any communication strategy, because it's not about only the city, it's also about institutes of higher education and every administrative unit involving those individuals and liking, giving comments, participation in different initiatives, the responsiveness, I mean, helps us measure. If we measure this, we can measure how efficient we are. So paradoxically, we might say that it's not about us being receptive to praise, but we just want to evoke interest. And there, of course, there is a difference between efficiency and effectiveness, because effectiveness is about low costs, and efficiency is about low cost, and efficacy is about reaching the goal. We don't want to be victorious, but actually suffer big financial losses. Or, of course, we don't want to convince those who were convinced. That's why there's always the matter of proper leadership. Proper leaders should know how to form the mission. And leadership actually is going through a crisis these days. What we want is charismatic leaders that people will follow, and whose values people will share. A charismatic president of a city is always a brand itself, and he or she needs to be important. This is a non-tangible asset of any organization. It's hard to appraise it, but it's very important. From my academic perspective, can mention that I also organize a conference together with my colleagues at the Economic University, and we'll have the 12th edition of the Business Culture and Culture and Business. We have with us Professor Wawrzyniec, who is a loyal participant of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, that conference was constructed on the basis of 3 elements. First of all, academic employees who used to be members of the Silesian dance organization wanted this dance group, or let's say an ensemble, to participate in the life of our university, and we decided to somehow connect the matters of culture and business. Of course, it's a smaller conference, but there is a group of recipients who eagerly participate, and we try to concentrate our mission around emphasizing how important culture is for everybody. I think it's important to the town, to the university, and to the region itself, and how it can help for the region to develop. I always have the idea to talk about connecting business and science, but also add another extra element to that, this element of culture. And I think this is scientifically justified. If we want to say which regions are most innovative and creative, then we always see that you need three elements for a region to be successful. First of all, efficient business. Secondly, academic centers. And thirdly, culture. So please observe that in the Maslow's pyramid, we can cover a lot of needs, basic needs. Business offers jobs and security. Then, secondly, we can build communities around culture and academic centers, and we also build self-realization through these initiatives. So all three elements, business, universities, as well as culture, are very much important. I think that in Katowice, this trinity is implemented in a very efficient way. Oh, I'm sorry, I need 3 minutes. Katowice has been very efficient in how they promote tourism. People come to Katowice to go to a concert to Nosprum. These are post-mining areas. Have a look at how the city transformed. Have a look at the material culture. Have a look at how the old tenement houses have been renovated, and there are many trees that have been planted, and how the event culture has been very much supported here. Venice had 170,000 inhabitants. Now there are only 50,000 people living there. Because, why? Because tourism has chased people away. And I think that tourism, and I think, of course, Bezos's wedding was very controversial. He rented a city for himself, privately. And I think this doesn't have anything to do with the sustainable development. So I think marketing is important, but also the so-called de-marketing should also be important. Okay, I need to finish because I'm going off topic. Trusting that the professor who will be answering the next question will take a shorter amount of time because we are running out of time. So let me ask, if financial transparency, if revealing all details regarding finances, is it always conducive to an organization? Should we always be transparent, fully transparent? Does it build the trust of the donors or not? It depends on people. I rather assume that transparency and being transparent is very good, because otherwise we're just offering breeding ground for gossips. People think they know better, and they try to come up with different, theories. If we say that we are pro bono, if we say that we are non-profit, people will still say that we are, intransparent about our money. So let's be fully transparent, and this is how we operate. If I will give the floor to the president of the foundation, because we talked about the crisis of charity and the crisis of transparency. So how to build the relations for in the long term, how to build involvement that will not be just temporary, because we say that our donors are tired, because there are more and more charity organizations, there are more and more foundations that ask for support. Like I said before, everybody can run out of money, right? If you simply give money to each initiative. How to, as a person who is operating as part of a foundation, how to do it? Do you think that you can build a long-term trust or long-term cooperation with donors? Let me maybe reiterate what the professor has mentioned, what the Madame Professor has mentioned about social media. I think that communication on a proper level is an important factor to support good relations with the donors, with our partners. Therefore, we are doing everything to be close to them. As I have mentioned earlier, we are organizing small events, small conferences, but also bigger ones. We have small topical meetings regarding different social matters, and we gather funds, of course. Recently, we've been gathering funds to assist the oncology department for the polio disease as part of the International Polio initiative. We also cooperated to raise funds for kids in Katowice. We prepared a special program to build an IT room close to this very building. So we are trying to be close to our donors. We are trying to use communication. And as the lady professor mentioned today, it's very hard not to use social media, right? Because that's important. It's the modern way to communicate. However, my experience tells me also, as a side note, even group mailing is perhaps going into a decline because businesses are also very responsive to letters, just regular letters. So we are sending nicely printed letters in nice envelopes to our donors, because, you know, if you open your mailbox, there's a lot of different things there. But if you see a nice letter, then you can you feel more inclined to open it and appreciate it. So we actually are coming back to the letter, a very old traditional letter that turns out to be very efficient. Okay, Vice Dean, let me just add, because we as organizations, we are perceived as organizations that just are money baskets, right? Yes, we are not just a money basket. We have to operate for 20 years, 10 years to build trust and build donors. Yes, donors can rest assured will get to you, but there are such initiatives and such actions where the inhabitants are surprised, also inhabitants of Silesia, because you don't need a lot of money to do certain important initiatives. And you are partners of the life-saving festival in Katowice on the old market square. We examined 250 people. We had the so-called cytobus, we had eyesight studies, blood tests. We did all these things on the Katowice old market square. We examined a lot of people without even big funds. Akademia Górnośląska was supporting us there. And very much, I think that being with us, supporting us, is sometimes sufficient. So we tested 200 women in the cytobus. We examined them, and it turned out that there were certain women who had problems. And they didn't go through examinations earlier. We managed to fish out certain women who, had problems, and we actually were able to direct them to proper medical facilities to save lives. So thank you, Akademia Górnośląska, for being our partners in these initiatives. Thank you that we're doing this together. Thank you, and we try to also build our marketing through helping you. Thank you for that opportunity. Let's go to the local government. Question to Mr. Kamiński. Dear President, we've mentioned transparency. What do you think? Do you think that in the Bielsko-Białe municipal office, do you actually have any special procedures ensuring full transparency so that the inhabitants feel well informed, so that they can always say that all these actions and initiatives are always fully transparent? Ladies and gentlemen, apart from those things that the law tells us to do, public procurement law, etc., I think transparency has been also characterized, at least with our local government, through the so-called website called the President's Portal, and we try to be transparent as much as we can on the website, and our local government is very much over-regulated when it comes to transparency. And sometimes so we try to be as transparent as possible, but of course sometimes there are people complaining, right? There are some people who complain during the public procurement process also. I remember there was even special governmental services came over and actually did an internal audit and to check what we've been doing. So in order to avoid any such problems or complaints when it comes to public procurement processes, we try to be as open as possible and as transparent as possible. We try to apply different tactics to stay transparent, even solve problematic issues. We also try to convince the society. We try to convince the society. However, in some matters we managed to convince people that we are transparent indeed. In some cases, we might suffer some stumbles here and there. We also organized a referendum once, I remember, and we decided to respect the voice of the inhabitants regarding that particular matter. So that matter, of course, regarded the biocomposting site, and because it was a hot debate, so we decided to be transparent, count the voices, ask the inhabitants to avoid any complaints about smells that we have to fight with. But some inhabitants, after the referendum, they simply decided, okay, the majority has spoken. We have to agree with this. We have to run the dialogue, but we have to be responsible. We decided to organize meetings with experts and technologists who explained to inhabitants the consequences of having a biogas plant. We also cooperated with the previous mayor and also with the former minister. And so when we do this, we also try to have a proper management system. It's not always easy to implement a proper management systems, but we do take advice of the former mayor or the minister in order to not to waste time. We try to also measure our efficacy and efficiency. For example, we have a president here with us to my left who has over 60% support of the inhabitants, and thus his decisions are more respected, I believe. Not everybody is in such a convenient situation. Of course, we try to sometimes ask the inhabitants and do public consultations to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Dear President, you probably have a lot of experiences, and I think you definitely went through some times of crisis, right? What solutions to such crisis would you offer? Yes, however, yes, of course, there are some small crises here and there, and
naszą stronę katowicką wspólną, bo ja wbrew pozorom nie uważam, że
Thank you for these kind words extended to us in Katowice. I think that we should be all about solidarity between the cities, whether you live in Katowice or in Chorzów or anywhere else in the region. But yeah, we told you a lot about participation, about dialogue, and about situation. Maybe I should ask you a question. What Madam Professor mentioned, which is you should start with specific actions. We started with a very specific initiative, which was culture. And we thought culture would be the starting point for a new philosophy of the city, or as a binding factor for our community, especially after the political transformation of 1989. And for many of us, this new reality that set in was completely brand new. And betting on culture obviously involved a lot of expenditure, such as the Congress Center, the National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the new auditorium. And the rhetoric question I will ask right now is, we did conduct field studies before launching this new policy based on culture as a promotional platform for our city and region. No, which of you, ladies and gentlemen, who of you would guess how many people, how many respondents were in favor of building this International Congress Center? I'd say less than 20%, yeah, less than that even, 2% unfortunately. And with the new seat and the brand new auditorium for the National Radio Symphony Orchestra, 4%. Even though these two initiatives have become flagships initiatives that are emblematic of our region. And the big question is, if you have such a low rate of support, what should you do as a mayor of the city who thinks only in the short run? They would likely say, okay, you don't want it, we will allocate that money elsewhere. The other rhetorical question is whether you could imagine Katowice today without the National Radio Symphony Orchestra and its new auditorium, or the International Congress Center, and so on, because culture is one of the elements that are key to the economic development of our city, our region, and our country. Today I learned that the ministry communicated to us that they will withdraw from the Upper Silesian Pantheon, even though it's a very valuable initiative which we all pay for as the representatives of the different stakeholder communities. And obviously, you, or the ministry rather, wants to erase this initiative, valuable as it stands and popular as it is among our local community, even though it has become an important flagpole in our local community. On the map, the Silesian Museum, the Museum of History of Katowice, the National Radio Symphony Orchestra Auditorium, go to the Upper Silesian Pantheon. Obviously, I could go on and on, or like the Silesian Blues Trail, and so on, that are emblematic and help promote our region. And now I'm a little bit lost. I think I lost my train of thoughts, but to get back on track, if you think of the decision-making process, and what you touched upon is that in Poland, when taking certain decisions, we should not evaluate certain initiatives until at the end of a term in office. I'm not a big fan of referenda in the midst of one's term in office, whether you're a mayor or a member of the city council. Let's consider the case of Zabrze. Regardless of your assessment of that case, I don't think that it is fair to judge an individual on the merit of what he has achieved after only 1 of 5 years in office. And yet he was revoked in a referendum. And that wasn't really very conducive to building social trust. Whenever you want to assess a leader of a community, you have to assess them at the end of their term in office. Some people think that the central government is responsible for the overall development of the country. I would be of a contrary opinion. I think it is the local government mostly. The central government is responsible for, I don't know, the network of airports, railways, or national highways. And even if I didn't agree with the idea of the central transportation hub, the CPK initiative, it would be valuable for many stakeholders and it would create many jobs. So this is what it is all about. I am an opponent of such stark contrastive assessments. I am a proponent, on the other hand, of evaluations after you finish your project and give yourself a little bit more patience when assessing certain projects. Okay, we will now move on to Madam Professor, and before we give you the floor, we wanted you to tell us a little bit about the new generation, about Gen Z and Gen Alpha, in terms of their trust towards the public sector, and how do we reach out to them successfully? What do we do? What are some of the threats? Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted first and foremost to follow up on Mr. Mayor's statement on where and how prosperity is achieved at the local level. Obviously, it extends to all levels of administration and how we want to manage that state. Whether we want a centralized state apparatus with the center and peripheral regions, or maybe we want more of a federation with local government units that are autonomous, codependent and synergistic with one another. I am a big fan of decentralization because I think that the lower you derogate these prerogatives, the more effective you will be in addressing these different pressing needs. And I hope that Poland will not become host to re-centralization efforts with Warsaw dividing and conquering across different regions, intentionally or not. Sometimes it's out of sheer ignorance. So that was just a short commentary, a short ad vocem, Mr. Mayor. And when it comes to this generational change and communicating with the new generation, let me refer you to a social experiment between 1968 and 72, which was to create the so-called mice utopia, which would feature perfect living and breeding conditions for several pairs of mice. And those animals were so distrustful about the comfort and convenience of this labyrinthine structure built for them had the new generation be less and less populous because of all that comfort. And moreover, those individual representatives of the mice population became more and more aggressive towards one another. There were, in short, so many cases of such violence and abuse among those mice that after 4 years in that artificial environment, the whole mice population self-destructed, despite these very conducive conditions offered. Obviously, you may think of whether or not you should see any analogies between mice and people, and many scientists think that this would be an overreach to extrapolate from one study to the over mice to the general population of people. But, well, as one of the US generals said, this is also reminiscent of the easy times that breed weak people and the difficult times that breed strong people. Especially when it comes to, let's say, for example, intergenerational change and baby boomers and those born between 1945 and 1946, 63, and then we had the X generation and those born to live to operate in new market conditions with careers and great opportunities. And then we had the Y generation from 1918 to 1995, and then the post-millennials or the Gen Z, including current students of ours. And I wouldn't agree that they are completely unwilling to collaborate. They are just harder to motivate. And if you speak of the new generation, I wanted to touch upon Alvin Toffler, who said that the illiterates of the 21st century will be not those who can't read and write, but those who can't study, learn, and unlearn, more importantly. Because I think that we, as representatives of these older generations, especially when it comes to communicating with the young populations of our cities, we have to change the norms. We cannot really speak ex cathedra anymore. We cannot speak in authoritative fashion. That's my opinion, at least, and I will never tell my my students that they shouldn't use ChatGPT whatsoever, because I know that this is basically counterproductive, because it runs against the grain of progress. Obviously, we just need to successfully reach out to those populations so that we will draw bridges between generations. In one of my projects, my students wrote an application where Erasmus students were informed of what they can see in Katowice, where they can dine, which places they should visit, which are worth their while. And, well, they did just that. All right, I've got one more question, Madam Director, about the engagement or involvement of the young generation in our dialogue for trust. Does the Marshal's Office of the Silesian Province also include this social group and motivate it somehow? Of course we see them. and we even established the so-called Youth Provincial Assembly for young activists, and that was established as a response for the calls for the greater involvement of the youth in political decisions, and for the greater inclusion of their needs and their postulates by the local governments. We wanted a grassroots platform that would push these postulates up and include them, including advisory statements, all based on dialogue between stakeholders. What we angled for was an authentic response from different stakeholder communities in order to establish a greater plane for dialogue, so that we can communicate in one voice, in unison. And I think that as an employee of this department, I'd like to foster greater collaboration between the local governments, the local businesses and local communities for sustainable growth and for the greater allocation of funds towards different goals across different communities. We will not be able to do it on our own. As public authorities, we have to do it in collaboration based on expertise and best practices of the academic environment in our metropolitan area, and with the foundations and NGOs that work to help young people get quality education here, to get greater professional opportunities here, and to establish their vital interests here in the future. And we can only succeed at that when we put all hands on deck, because we won't be able to do it self-standingly. I am looking at the clock, and we will not be able to move this panel any further because we are going to move into lunch break in 7 minutes. So very quickly, concluding statements from the respective panelists, starting with Mr. Mayer, whom I'd like to ask for some tips, if possible. You said that we cannot exaggerate when it comes to dialogue. We cannot really only listen to opinions. We have to do something specific. So what are some of the fundamental clues that you'd give us, some tips for an effective dialogue with the general population? I'm a person who likes swimming against the current, and dialogue is a given, it is a must, but it's not just about dialogue for dialogue's own sake. It has to be effective, it has to be quality driven, and sometimes the feedback we get varies in quality. Sometimes people oppose change. They oppose innovative ideas, and obviously it's about proper substantive preparation for all stakeholders, using all channels of communication, especially when it comes to the growing community of senior citizens. We are an aging population, so you have to take that into consideration. We also hold meetings with certain exclusion-prone communities in our city. So these are some avenues to explore. And when it comes to more contentious matters, sometimes you need to grab the bull by the horns. which is what we do in Bielsko-Biała. You have to be courageous, you have to blaze the trail. And you don't want to blindly follow the majority vote. You are to promote valuable ideas among even those who vehemently oppose them, if these ideas are sensible. Okay, and we've got another panelist of ours who will tell us a little bit about the business perspective and how long you have to wait for results. The waiting time is shorter in business than in politics. So how do you achieve practical results that arise from dialogue? How do you make dialogue effective? How do you make it yield fruit, and low-hanging fruit at that? Well, dialogue is fundamental in all areas, be it business, community, or science. But dialogue will only be effective if all stakeholders operate at a level playing field, based on transparent communication and mutual respect and consistency. If you have consistency, then you will likely achieve success in your long-term mission, thanks to effective dialogue. Our business achievements and our local government achievements and our foundation's achievements and our academic achievements across Upper Silesia are a result of a consequence of sticking to these guidelines, such as transparency and sticking to mutual respect, and most importantly, knowing that there are certain rules to dialogue, and most of all, there is a specific end in sight for any dialogue. You have to know what you dialogue for or towards. And Mr. Mayor, now on to you. We mentioned different examples of using dialogue or harnessing dialogue in the decision-making process for local politicians. And my question would be, how do you communicate these difficult ideas, difficult decisions, and how do you make it clear to the stakeholders that despite the unpopularity of a given decision, they will benefit therefrom? Are there any methods, any tricks of the trade? Well, of course. There are certain socio-techniques that you can employ, but there are also certain ways in which you can use these socio-techniques to manipulate your audience, which is not what you want to do. You don't want them to see things upside down. And what I've noticed in the course of our dialogue with the community is that most voices come from disgruntled parties. No matter what topic you touch upon, you mostly get opinions of naysayers. This is not what dialogue is all about. Obviously, you want to exchange opinions, but you want an effective exchange of these opinions and a great diversity of these opinions. And there are only a handful of those who want to bring something to the table. And then there are also those members of the incendiary majority who want to disestablish any meeting, who distrust experts, who basically rebel for the sake of rebellion. And then we have situations in which we could use a lot of money in Bielsko-Biała, for example, when it comes to thermal processing of waste and the EU subsidies that you could have got. In order to effectively process waste into heat and electric power, and you failed to land that subsidy because the local population didn't take the effort to understand what it was all about. So this goes to show you that sometimes this question is a tricky one, because sometimes the answers are not exactly what you envision them to be. You think that the local population will embrace the idea, and then they rebel against it. My trick is to first inform the local population of the possible scenarios that may unfold, and only then implement the solution proposed. And we sometimes communicate things that seem very important for us socially, but they don't resonate with the local community. And I'm not criticizing our neighbors in Chorzów or the city of Bielsko-Biała. I simply state the fact that people tend to spend a lot of energy on complaining about the little things, and that those little things resonate much deeper with them than those lofty, complex projects. We foresaw a big communication or publicity problem when the new railway trail E65 was being developed. But the adverse reactions from the local communities affected by the renovation were not as intense as we had envisioned. Obviously, these decisions are easy to make from Warsaw, from the central government's position, because they don't really see the situation from the ground level. And you have to make these people realize in the central government that their decisions affect the local populations on a daily basis. And so this takes hours-long discussions. And I know that myself, let's say, the Polish National Railways would like to pull off a change in one fell swoop, rather than do it bit by bit, more painstakingly, so that to avoid adverse effect for the local population. This only shows you that certain problems that we face affect them to different degrees. Some people will be affected directly because the renovation works will be conducted right next to their residence, and the others will avoid that. So you have to think commonsensically. Obviously, you need to reason with, on the one hand, the central government, and on the other hand, with the needs of the local population. Obviously, you need to have the final goal in sight, which in this case was a greater number of trains pulling up at our station, and a greater number of connections with other major Polish and European cities. And then improvement for the local transport, because it would help separate between the local transit, local transport, and national and international transit. And again, you have to do it in a sustainable way. Madam President, I've got one question to you, very quickly. Give us just one example, if you may, one example of a project that was hammered out in the course of dialogue, in the course of talks with the stakeholders and those engaged in your foundation. Give me one specific example.
Dialogue? I want to tell you more. Sorry, I will be short, but I will try to tell you more. So I am convinced that In every situation, whether local governments or NGOs or others, leader is the most important person. They need to take the decision regardless of what they will hear. You are the leader to make the right decision and the final decision. Coming back to our wonderful NOSPR, back in the day, I used to be a Katowice council member, and we always wanted to have the NOSPR. Today we are happy because of it. Some inhabitants that it looks like a sarcophagus, however. But you know, some inhabitants will always complain, so the leader has to take the decision on the one way or the other. All of my projects are the projects where the leader has to take the decision, and that's the way it goes. Yes, a coefficient dialogue always has to be there. So a question, from the point of view of the office that you're representing, do we have any most important 3 values that right now in the new strategy are the most relevant, which are, let's say, flagship ideas, and have they been consulted in any way with the inhabitants? The values which I will mention in a second, exemplary values, yes, they were consulted because they are the element of a strategy that's always consulted as per binding law. The law obliges us to consult it. Right now, the management board of the voivodeship also promote transformation, which we understood very broadly, but first of all, departing from high emissions, maybe moving towards new technologies, towards more green things. We also support solidarity, so local support, communities, local communities, and I think solidarity and innovation are all the values that everybody can highlight. This is nothing new. This is nothing new. A lot of people talk about innovations, but all of this is supposed to make sure that the life in the region is better, more comfortable, more healthy, so that people have a sense that they are part of the region and that they will stay here. And maybe the most difficult task for the professor, because first of all, I will ask you to just say one sentence. Okay, when it comes to dialogue, I think a good practical indicator is to say you need to have a limited choice to people. You need to give it limited choice to people, like ask an open question, because if you ask an open question, what do you want? You know, it's too broad a question. You cannot just ask a kid, what do you want? Because they will eat ice cream, right? For dinner. So we just give people a choice, but let's make a simple choice. So that's a simple recommendation of mine. So then later you have to build questionnaires and surveys with unspecified answers. And the respondents are, of course, supposed to answer these particular questions. So let's give people a choice, but a limited choice. And so that's my version of a dialogue. I also agree that the leadership is indeed important, but it's kind of dependent on the group you're leading. Of course, generals cannot be too much participative. They have to take a strong decision, and so decision depends on the context which you are leading in. Thank you, dear panelists. We have to finish right now, but the lunch is waiting, so let's head out for lunch. Of course, there are new questions. Maybe during next conference, these topics could be hammered out and discussed in more detail. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for your involvement, and thank you, dear panelists. And I would like us to take a family photo now.
Szanowni Państwo, witamy po przerwie. Rozpoczynamy drugą debatę Science Branding – Nowa droga do nauki, którą poprowadzi rektor Akademii Górnośląskiej,
The Dean of the
dr
Górnośląska
Marta
Academy,
Adamczyk,
Dr. Marka
Akademii
Adamczyk,
Górnośląskiej.
professor of the
Przed nami
Górnośląska
rozmowa o
Academy, will now
nowoczesnym wizerunku nauki,
be the host
jej
of a
tożsamości
meeting. We'll
oraz
talk about
wyzwaniach w
science, its
komunikacji z
identity and
otoczeniem
challenges when it
społecznym
comes
i
to
rynkowym.
social and
Zapraszam.
market context.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
prestiż, wiarygodność,
prestige, reliability,
społeczna.
social understanding.
Pytanie się nasuwa, czy nauka
The
dzisiaj
question is
potrzebuje
science
własnej
today
marki?
in need of its
Z
own
moimi
brand?
gośćmi postaramy się
We'll
poszukać
talk with our
odpowiedzi
guests
na
and
te
try to
tematy
find the
podczas
answer to that
Science
question
Branding,
during the
Nowa
Science
droga
Branding a
dla
New
nauki.
Way panel.
Porozmawiamy o marce jako
We'll
nauce,
talk about
o
brand as science.
wiarygodności
We'll talk
tej
about the
marki.
reliability of
Spróbujemy
that
się
brand.
zmierzyć z
We'll try to
komunikacją
face the
marki,
challenge of how
i marki
science should
nauki.
communicate.
Porozmawiamy
We'll
o
talk
roli
about
kobiet,
the role
o
of
roli
women,
instytucji,
the role of
o roli
institutions, and the
naukowców,
role of scientists.
ale także spróbujemy się
And we'll
zmierzyć
also try
z
to
tak zwanym
face the
fake
so-called
news,
fakes,
informacjami, które
fake
nie do
informations
końca
that
są
not
informacjami
necessarily are
prawdziwymi,
reliable
nie są
scientific information and yet are being disseminated in that space.
Moje zaproszenie
My
dzisiaj
invitation today
przyjęły
has been accepted by the following individuals: the manager, psychologist, political activist, and local government activist, the MP for the parliament, member of the Committee on Youth and Science, Urszula Kaszucka.
Zapraszamy Pani.
You're invited to join us. Director of the Łukasiewicz Research Network and the Non-Ferrous Metals Institute, and the member of the main council of Research Council, and also member of the Council on Women in Higher Education, a woman who's a real dynamite, Barbara Juszczak. Director of the National Center for Research and Development, professor of technical sciences, who led multiple projects as well as participated in 30 undertakings devoted towards scientific work and work related to implementation of actual scientific achievements. Professor Machowski, the Dean of the branch of the Akademia Górnośląska and Żory, a sociologist specializing in local communities, the use of social communication and social consultations, member of, among other things, National Water Management Council and Inland Sailing of the of the Dolnośląskie and Śląskie Voivodeships Council, Professor Dobrowolski. And a final person who were supposed to be the member of our panel, however, because of our health reasons, which are a consequence of the sickness was unfortunately a result of her extensive trip from the Valley Center for Science, Dr. Professor Anna Tymofiejczuk, professor of the Śląska University of Technology. Unfortunately, her health made it impossible to come here, and unfortunately, because of her health, she couldn't come here, and hopefully, the guests will be able to fill in her shoes and still talk about the very important subjects, but we'll be talking about these very important subjects in a second with those guests who have arrived at today's conference and are sitting here with me. Ladies and gentlemen, science branding is a very frequently appearing topic related to the strategy of shaping the image of science, scientific institutions, or some particular scientists. I think this is all about building recognizability, building attractiveness of science, and how science is perceived. Now my question will be, is science today really in need of branding, and or will defend itself as just as real art? Okay, who's the volunteer to answer that question?
Kobieta dynamit, widzę. Trzeba
zacząć mówić, wam podobno łapie, tak? Za chwileczkę.
Chyba jest dobrze. Dzień dobry Państwu raz jeszcze.
Ladies and
Ja
gentlemen,
myślę, że trochę jesteśmy
I
w
think
czasach,
that we
kiedy
are
jednak no i ten
living in such times where boosting the image as well as boosting the rank and the prestige related to science is very important.
Natomiast w ostatnich latach w ogóle, jeżeli chodzi o zawód naukowca, instytucje nauki, wydaje mi się, że ona,
Also, the
straciła na znaczeniu.
let's focus on science that actually has lost in prestige when you actually think about young people. When you think about young people, a lot of people veer away from STEM, and not many students wants to actually relate their career to the development in the area of science, and they don't want to work as scientists. That's why there is a chance and potential for us. On one hand, science being promoted by universities of higher education, or as an instrument of state to build its economy, is very important. That's why we should focus on promoting science.
Uspokoiłyby klimat pewien. Też rozmowy, czy też podcasty, czy w ogóle dyskusje
I think
na
that
temat
there's
pewnych
many
rozwiązań
ways in which we
naukowych
can
w
actually
czasie
promote
antenowych, kiedy
science.
jest największa oglądalność.
Maybe
Nie tylko
podcasts,
rano,
maybe
kiedy, dostępność,
news broadcasts
odbiorców jest,
related
nie
to
wiem, w domu,
science
albo są w
where
szkole, albo w
during
pracy. Natomiast
good
w
time
czasie
slots,
antenowym
good TV
faktycznie
time slots where
jest,
people are actually
większa
watching,
oglądalność, bo to na pewno by
because that
zwiększyło
would
wiedzę
definitely
społeczeństwa,
boost the
zbudowało,
knowledge of the society.
wzmocniło
It would
wizerunek, ale
build
i
and
też
strengthen the
zaufanie,
image
bo tak chyba
as well as
trochę mamy, że
trust,
jeżeli czegoś nie
because
czujemy,
that's
to
very
nie
often the
odbieramy
case.
swojej świadomości. Ja myślę, że jakbyśmy
That
tak
we need to
przyszli
hear
do
about some
polskiego,
content to
spotkali,
draw our
zapytali
attention
na
to
ulicy,
it.
jakie
I think that an
wynalazki
average
kojarzą mu
person
się właśnie jako
doesn't really
polskie,
know
to pewnie
what
każdy wymieniłby
devices
Marię Curie i na tym by
or
było koniec.
inventors
Natomiast przecież już w latach 60.
came from Poland.
Polska
The only
miała
answer would be that,
całkiem niezłe
well,
osiągnięcie,
Maria
jeżeli
Curie
chodzi o
Skłodowska
środki.
came from Poland.
Już
But actually,
polski zespół
in
naukowy
the 60s,
pracował nad azotkiem gallium.
Poland did
No
work
i tak
on
to się stało, że
gallium
jednak, jeżeli chodzi
nitrate,
o,
which,
światowych liderów, to nie Polska
nitrate,
jest
which
zaciągniętą
was part of the
przewodniką,
semiconductors
tylko czy to
industry.
Tajwan, czy Stany.
Unfortunately, it's the
Natomiast,
States or
gdzieś tam
Taiwan
niewielu
that's an
chyba
expert
osób
in
wie.
semiconductors,
Podobnie
and
zresztą,
our
właśnie tutaj
efforts of our
pan
scientists
profesor
into
Ewa
this branch of
powiedział,
science
że przecież
actually
Polska
didn't
pewnie
yield
również
any
wielu
business
rozwiązań z
in
zakresu
Poland related to
laserów,
semiconductors.
mocy pod kątem,
We did
użycia
work on
w
high-powered
oddziałach
lasers to
defense.
use
Też
in
jak
the
wielu
defense
osób
sector,
wie, już
and
jest
we were
tak
very
samo,
active
że
in that, although not many
elektrownia
people know.
żarówki
Even the
ona jak gdyby
oil
bardzo
lamp,
cywilnej,
which was
z
invented by
przynależy.
Mr.
I można wymienić
Łukasiewicz.
takich przykładów.
And there are many examples of inventions that came from Poland, or at least scientific research that originated in Poland. And this is not being promoted. Usually, scientists are mostly associated with geeks and not with people of business success. And this is our role to change that image and encourage young people to actually become more interested in that topic. Perhaps a systemic and cultural change is needed, just as a different role of the state.
Panie profesorze, czy to jest rola państwa? Czy może
Dear professor,
właśnie
is this
rola
actually
wszystkich
the role of the states or the role of
interesariuszami
those
tej nauce,
entities
czyli
which
rola
are stakeholders in science, role of institutions and scientists themselves? Ladies and gentlemen, let me refer back to a catchphrase that I like to use. One of our catchphrases that we use, we are building economy based on knowledge and innovations. I think this is a perfect catchphrase and an umbrella topic that should also include promoting science, promoting the profession of a scientist, as well as the best. It's the best catchphrase that motivates to promote the profession of a scientist and to promote education, especially education geared towards market success. We also have a number of scientific centers, and I think that even this Copernicus Center is very popular. We do have large centers which are promoting science. We have programs in the National Center for Research and Development which are promoting science as well. Yeah. However, despite the fact that we see social interest in science, something went wrong with the prestige of a scientist profession. I know that staying at the university in the past, or being at the university and being an assistant to a professor, it was a great prestige and honor. Today, it's just the opposite. What has happened that the science as such has been devalued so much? Why is there so little interest in science, and why is it so unprestigious in society? I think there's one thing that's important. In the past, it was a financially rewarding. It gave you a social status as well. Right now, none of these two items are the case. We know that the salary of a professor in comparison to in comparison to the market average is not really attractive. The same regards assistant professors and other scientific positions. PhD students get very good offers on the market. They can find better jobs and better salaries. The private sector is definitely more attractive. Companies and the open chances on the market are more attractive, especially abroad. Definitely, this is one of the aspects which strongly violated or undermined the attractiveness of the profession of a scientist. I think that another element that's important in this conversation is cultural changes that are happening. And we can see that if you were born before the 90s, you didn't really consider whether you were Generation X or Z. Generations were not considered in terms of those letters. I don't think that we were considering generations in these terms. I think there are some. I think that branding is a 3 times yes. We need to bring back the fashion of science. We need to make science fashionable again. Otherwise, if we won't be able to generate innovations and prompt brilliant brains to move towards science, we, in general, will no longer be attractive. I had a look at the science policy of the nation that defines the task of science for Poland, and according to this strategy, you should optimize the conditions to learn about science, thus improving social growth and economic development, as well as tackling challenges. Dear MP, so is the government in any way discussing these very issues? Is science a centerpiece of governmental conversations somewhere in the governmental corridors, or? Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel, where we are all thinking whether the brand in science is in any way relevant. Together with Mr. Professor, we have agreed that yes, from my perspective, I do believe that yes, this is important. We need to take care of the Polish science being strong, not only in our country, but also abroad. We need to make sure that brand can be built over time. It's not something that we can launch with a snap of a finger. This is something that's more of a process, a lasting process, and we need to pay attention that this process is not hindered in any way by some risk factors that will somehow disturb the emergence of our brand. When it comes to state support, then we all realize in the parliament how important science is for the development of our country, and that we need to make sure that science can grow at full pace. We would like to extract from our universities we would like to extract the cream of the crop. However, the universities themselves individually are not enough. We need to get support from strong research centers around the world to help us extract the most important assets, the most creative elements from the resources that we have, from people who are dealing with science. I also heard today from previous speakers, I heard something I have to agree with. Research in science is very important in the very beginning of every person's life. If we teach young people to consider science as attractive in their older life, these peoples will definitely gravitate towards science as well. Let's remember about the skill of learning and the willingness to take effort is formed in young people, and young people are an important element of our conversation today. It's the young people who actually, young people are those who actually learn how to motivate themselves and how to take up challenges, how to experiment. They learn very early in their first developmental stage, even over the first 3 years. If we neglect this period in their lives, there is a big risk that they will not form the ability to take effort later, especially effort related to learning and science. We need to do everything to show that science is very sexy. Science can be something that inspires to change the way we think. Everybody is very important. Everybody wants to think that they are influencers. No, let them not be influencers, let them be real scientists, because science is a perfect tool for development. Now, I would like to also, in a way, move the prod our university in a way, because I was looking for universities that would like to facilitate learning process among kids. I was looking for such institutes of higher learning, and I couldn't find such institutes. Are there any child universities, like one-day universities? Some meetings that might inspire young people in science? Well, it's very hard to find such initiatives among Polish institutes of higher learning, especially here in Silesia. Polish science still has a lot to do. The state policy has a lot to do. The Parliament understands that this is an important element of Polish life, but we are also responsible for promoting trust in science. I think that there is the science in trust has been undermined, perhaps because of the disinformation about science. We have anti-vax people telling us some pseudoscientific content. I think there is a lack of trust in science in general. I think it's an important element that we should try to rebuild the trust and show that we need to show the effects of scientific work, especially such scientific work that's actually stemming from hard scientific facts.
Professor, in your research, you have stressed the role of social communications and social consultations. How do you reach out to the local communities, and how do you build the prestige of science? And my question also concerns recommendations for you. How could and should the state support such small educational centers as yours. Obviously, I do agree with what has been heard about the prestige of science and building it among the youngest generations, but that's not the topic of our conversation, strictly speaking. And to intensify the messaging with children's universities, you would have to procure proper funding, which is no easy feat, obviously, and it is so especially among public universities that both Mr. Dean and myself represent. But maybe you could also think of other recommendations and tools that could facilitate social communication and the promotion of your brand, your scientific brands. These are very basic questions indeed. What you said early on, that art will defend itself and speak for itself. Science will not be able to defend itself, ladies and gentlemen. And if we think of art, it brings me to a quote from Picasso. It's no big deal to lay an egg. You also have to quack like a duck in order to be thought of as a duck. When it comes to the image, the popular image of scientists and academics, popularity of science or making it sexy, rendering it attractive is one thing. The attractiveness of science should be listed in unison in popular culture too. In popular culture, which is often disregarded by science as lowbrow culture, the big appeal of pop culture is its widespread recognition among popular folks. Science, on the other hand, is associated with elitist narratives. It is not a pop cultural image of a scientist as something valuable. So we have to work on that, and we have to work on that with the youngest generation too. We need to strengthen our communications. And when it comes to reinforcing our messages, we should make science look attractive not only to primary school students, but also to secondary school students. Science should be seen as a friendly venue, not as a place of rivalry of different antagonistic milieus, but a platform for friendly exchange. These days, when young people look for a job, they primarily take a look at the wages, and then they take a look at the prestige, the opportunities for promotion in the long run. But we also take a look at the opinions among employees of a given place, and unfortunately, the academia is seen as an isolated venue, as one that you struggle to establish yourself without certain contacts. This is a stereotype, but stereotypes are really something that works at the social level. Obviously, financial aspects are a delicate matter, because we know gentlemen or cultured people, because I don't want to be deemed a sexist, don't really speak of money, because, well, gentlemen don't speak about money because many rich gentlemen especially do have money and don't have to talk about it. But other people talk about money because they don't have it. There is a big dichotomy between public and private universities in Poland. And you could probably, obviously, disregard any funding for private universities because they are supposed to be self-funded. University is not your regular company, though, because it produces added value to the entire society. And obviously you can judge it by the citations factor and other factors. And then there are the public universities that also contribute to the citation ratings for Polish scholars, and that translates into the proper educational system. You cannot really go beyond this dichotomy of competition that unfortunately is embedded in the academia. You cannot really overcome this paradigm, and you cannot really establish full parity in terms of access, funding, and finances in general. So, well, you have to talk about money, even though you might want to escape this topic. Obviously, money and finances are inescapable in science. So let me ask you, Professor, do such institutions as the National Center for Research and Development should the state also finance the promotion of its research findings? Well, I'd say that maybe it should be natural. We should promote, and we do promote, the research findings that is obtained by our grantees. But there is also a whole good deal of entities that operate beyond the scope of the National Center for Research and Development. If you think of the funding granted by the National Center for Research and Development, that's one thing, and that funding is also the best proof in the pudding, namely that you have to and should invest in science and in R&D in collaboration with the business environment. We, as at the National Research and Development Center, have a lot of funding for promotion. That's one element. And the other element is the money we grant to different universities to promote their education, their potential. And that's another element that we should embed in our operations. And we started a new program, in fact, for the universities of the future in Poland, and it targets student associations at the high-ranking universities. If we see that a given university is successful in terms of its R&D, then they can file for additional funding. And such a gradation of funding, so investing in students, investing in schools, and investing in the collaboration of science and the business, are valuable insofar as science should find its practical dimension. It should be applicable. if you buy any new products with any state-of-the-art solutions, they are based on science. But there is a low level of social awareness of the fact that all these new inventions and R&D is a result of work of specific individuals, that this is not, ready-made goods that are purchased at a shelf in a supermarket, but rather a result of hard work and dedication. And so that's important. And I remember that some years ago we still had great publicity programs and that promoted science at the most basic level in elementary schools, so that children can direct their growth in a very structured fashion and to orient themselves towards science from an early age, whether they want to be archaeologists or historians or scholars of other faculties. We had great success in terms of attracting young individuals to science as a future walk of life. Even these days, we want to inspire youngsters to study and research the surrounding reality. You may have the impression, as I do these days, that our budget as a state, even though it has reached the EU average, leaves out or overlooks R&D at the state level, and also disregards new channels of information, new sorts of media. No matter how much money you allocate to science, it will always not be enough. The question is there a conflict of interest between the funding for publicity of science and the funding for hard science itself? How do you balance it out? If you think of it this way, then the money for science, research and development, but if you contrast it with the money allocated to the promotion of science, to science publicity, you will see a big difference. You will see that this area has to be subsidized more effectively. And I don't mean one-off grants, but rather a structural reconstruction of the system and reallocation of money. You may have the money for certain research, but you also need a skilled faculty. Humans are the most vital link in this chain, and then it turns out that without specific individuals that are inspired, that are willing to be creative, to grow, then this actual growth of hardcore science will not proceed. If you think of science branding, it also includes institutional branding, creating brands of scientific institutions, research institutes, public and non-public universities. subjects
się
that
składa, że dzisiaj mamy przekrój prawie
afford grants.
tych podmiotów,
And it turns out that we have representatives of all these stakeholders among us today. We were also to be joined by a professor representing the excellence, research excellence initiative. We have representatives of non-public universities, of a research institute, as well as the grantor institutions. So we've got quite a lot of stakeholders, including the state, which through its funding can be a scientific brand in and of itself. What are some of the problems that you can face as a representative of the state in terms of branding yourself? I think that all the institutions that you were kind enough to list struggle with the same problems, namely how to promote science and how to promote specific institutions. I think one of the major challenges is for every scientific, constituent in the election process to understand that science is inherent, that science is indispensable, and that science is a valuable walk of life, and that you should consider as a future professional. If we fail to publicize it, if you fail to brand science as attractive, inspiring, and a sustainable walk of life, then we will certainly come into trouble when it comes to scientific development. And I also think that aside from hardcore funding, what we also need is we need to attract young people to this form of future career. And this is a challenge that lies ahead. If I may follow up, and one more thing that we have to consider is the demographic problem. We may not have yet thought about it as a society, but the universities have already been struggling with that. I always start by reminiscing the demographic growth in post-war Poland, and then how it dwindled. 5 years ago, we bemoaned the demographic crisis and thought that it would be a huge tragedy if fewer than 400,000 children would be born every year. Right now, we dropped below 300,000. And I also think of the mayor of Johannesburg and his quote, who said, well, every year we have fewer people being born than those who die. And this is a problem that affects all of us, all stakeholders, whether natural persons, individuals, companies, or universities, or the academia per se. Some time ago, we had 2, 5, 7% of the general population who envisioned themselves as persons working in or around science. These days, those numbers dwindled. And on top of that, we have depopulation, which has adversely affected, and very strongly so, the number of prospective scientists among the young groups. And you're right, Professor, and if I may touch upon this, I should note that the problem of depopulation is one of the major challenges at hand, because every local government, every institution is only as good as the people who form it. And we know that if there is a problem with the sheer number of people not there, not available, not forming that structure, then we are doomed. The One thing to consider with those institutions is how to successfully tackle depopulation. We invited community councils as well as ministries responsible for countering depopulation, and we hope that we will be able to iron out a strategy that will help us successfully tackle this problem at and around universities. The other problem at hand is brain drain. We know that a lot of our scholars leave the country or are, so to speak, pilfered by universities abroad, outside of Poland. On the one hand, you can see this as a promotion of the quality of Polish science, but on the other, it's also a big problem for us as an academic community in Poland, losing the human potential. Ladies and gentlemen, I have said many a time today that Polish exports are Polish alumni. And unfortunately, if our alumni, our graduates, fail to cut a niche for themselves on the market, then we know that the single European market as part of the EU and the EU mobility policy enables these people to travel around and search for better prospects. And maybe the problem of scholarization was very tangible back at the time, but we had a sheer rivalry. Right now, the scholarization rating has increased in Poland, but I don't think that it translates into the general quality of Polish education, unfortunately.
Polish institutes of higher education are over-investing when it comes to, when you compare the pool of research that went into labs, the pool of research that went into the development of new departments and different issues related to that. Because the problem is, who are we building it for? Who is going to benefit from it? So we're coming back to the topic of how to build the curiosity among young people. I think this is a stage of a primary school, basically, to change the system of education from into a more creative one, into allowing people to make mistakes and experiment, because this is where the creativity is born. So if we just give one student one task and silo out our students, it will not really be productive. We need to allow students, just like in the Anglo-Saxon system, to do something creatively together and then defend your projects or do your projects and display it. So project-based education is very effective, I think. You learn creativity and you actually wake up creativity in young people. So I think there has to be some systemic failure somewhere. I'm not saying that the teachers are bad. I don't want to make any complaints about teachers, but maybe there's not enough ways to interest young generations. Otherwise, later, if they don't get interested, they just don't follow science at all. If you prod a young person into creativity and science when he's or she is young, they will follow that path. Otherwise, it's only a matter of circumstance, an accident, that they will actually veer towards education later in life. It's far better to encourage them to science much earlier, so that they can build a vision of the world, and that actually gravitates more towards science. I'll come back to this thread later, but the dean is letting me know that I should probably take the floor. That he wants to take the floor. Well, in brief, I was having a look at the structure that's in the first class of primary school. In very many cities, schools, small schools are dismantled and joined in because there aren't that many kids. This is a dramatic demographic situation. This is an irreversible trend. We basically crossed the Rubicon and we cannot go back. I am talking from a sociological perspective. This trend cannot be reversed. From such a small population to generate a big population is very hard. It will be very hard. So we won't skip the matter that's very controversial, the matter of migration, and at the same time, so that we can have a better cultural diffusion. It's not a matter of opening borders. The problem is to open borders in such a way that we don't lose our own culture, so that we have a proper programs of cultural diffusion. We might get people who are even better motivated from abroad, and they will be very, they might come in handy in all this systemic design. Another matter is the matter of attractiveness. I will now just maybe mention the meeting with one of the sociologists at the Silesian University who was old enough to actually have a reflection about his life and scientific career. And Professor Krzysztof, among other things, said that when he was entering the university, he was created by the university. It was a university of values, of a cultural level, where he was participating. And actually, when he left the university, he became a person who had a lot of higher cultural level, a lot higher level of perception. Not only did he become a sociologist, but he became a human person who knew that you should go to the theater, participate in philharmonics, and knew a lot of values because the university itself, this scientific environment, made him do that, made him embrace those values. So, for science to actually becoming valuable at this point, apart from promoting science itself, apart from making people invent something interesting and being interesting scientists, being a person who is a person able to create what should be fashionable, a cultural person should be made fashionable. Somebody who is graduating Institute of Higher Learning today is not a person who only can design a bridge, but should also be a person who knows what the philharmonics is for. I think that both of these statements are connected to what I want to mention. Science branding, understood as personal branding. So, in a way, a scientist who can be an influencer, who can be many things at once. A person who is strategically prepared for promoting their own scientific work. Not only by publishing articles, but also by interviews, social media, podcasts, discussions, as well as providing those scientific results to people and sharing those scientific results to people in a very digestible way. Are our scientists ready for it? Do you feel prepared for it so that dissemination of scientific information could be more palatable towards recipients? Can you generate a brand of a scientist? Can you assist others in generating the scientist as a brand? Well, first of all, I would separate these things into. First of all, scientists per se are not ready for it. But science is, because science is filled with experts who are experts in PR. The problem is that we have a division in science and these people don't cooperate with each other. PR people don't cooperate with scientists proper. And I did even a short analysis. And we have a science popularizer on the YouTube channel, Dr. Kawecki, 261 subscribers. Very interesting channels with interviews with interesting people. not only just STEM sciences. And then I went to the Google search engine and I typed in popular celebrities on the YouTube channel.
Nie chcę tych ludzi zapamiętywać, bo uważam, że nie warto. W każdym bądź razie dwoje. Jeden
Two of them,
nie wiem, co on
called
reprezentuje.
Fritz, I don't know what he does,
Dobrze powiem,
and the other,
czy Blow, coś takiego.
Blow or something like that.
Dwóch celebrytów od niczego.
Two celebrities from nothing.
Znanych z tego, że są znani, a poziom, który reprezentują, powiedzmy,
People who are famous because they are famous and their actual level is
niczego kompletnie. Nie reprezentujących sobie
ridiculous.
w swojej treści absolutnie nic
So,
poza tym, że
They don't represent anything valuable.
jestem w stanie zdefiniować, co oni robią.
I don't even know what they do.
W razie 5,3, 5,4 miliona.
So they have 5.3 million subscribers.
Absolutnie
So this is frightening.
Proszę Państwa, człowiek kulturalny, bo takiego powinna
So,
kierować nauka, nie tylko
Science should create
człowiekiem atrakcyjnym społecznie i modnym. Dziękuję.
a scientist should be a person of culture.
Nie, bo odpowiedź jest prosta. My do tych
Yes, you basically stole my answer because we should reach those young people in that very way. We should become in a way influencers.
Jak to wyważyć,
Chciałbym być friczem, naprawdę.
żebyśmy jako naukowcy byli...
Yes, I think I would like as scientists to be credible and not be celebrity-like. What is the border? How?
Jednocześnie do tych młodych pokoleń
Yeah, we should reach young people, but not be clowns, right? Yes, online, of course.
Jest tak, jest popyt, jest podaż. Czy my jako
What
społeczeństwo
is demand and supply? Isn't this demand and supply issue?
To kiedyś była ta
Well, yeah, maybe we are poorer as a society.
polityczna było,
Yes,
książka. Ortega y Gasset Big Mass.
there is a Ortega and Gasset book called Rebellion of the Masses. It's a very interesting book because it says Ortega in his book, a Spanish person, so hats off to Spain, he did actually foresee the disparity between the elites and to the masses.
duży popyt, za którym idzie duży zysk. I niestety, ale struktura
And what he foresaw was the structure of the business world going more towards the direction of the masses, whereas the masses don't have high demands and don't have a direction towards development, but actually they, as you can see on TV and the reality shows, the cultural standards in the masses themselves are actually sliding down instead of actually being lifted upwards. The elites have lost their main role. So, like I mentioned, there is a disparity between the masses and the elites. There's nothing new. Even the ancient Romans and and Greeks, they actually identified these problems as well. But the elites used to be the elites who were actually pulling the masses upwards. Right now, this is no longer the case. The elites is no longer pulling the masses upwards.
właśnie to się pewien stał trend.
So this became a negative trend, right? I don't know if it's a social or economic trend that these proportions have changed, and we are witnessing a change of proportions. And how to prevent it is the next question. Is there a chance? Yes, we need to create, but this is work which actually is very difficult and will take a long time. I think this is a work that's longer than a generation. It's like working on the basis and it's really groundwork that needs to be done. Every party, every political party, this is something that's really cross-political. This is not debatable. Just like the national defense strategy, it's not a debatable topic. It's a bipartisan topic. And sociology assumes that 5 generations is needed for a full change. We don't have that much time considering the demographics. But we actually look really into the future. If we start now at this point, we need 3 generations to actually change the trend. This needs to be a work that goes beyond divisions, political divisions. It's a work that every one of us has to do as a parent, as a teacher, as a boss, as a grandparent, etc. We don't have that much time because if you look at the pattern, there are some patterns of helping us do that, but let me just refer to that in short.
przeciągnąć.
I think you can pull 30% of the generation. The next generation,
30% razy 2
you can multiply that by 2 to get 60%, more or less.
Niech będzie 45, to już będziemy skakać z radości. W trzecim pokoleniu
In the third generation, we have the majority.
Klasyczne zarządzanie
So it's just management of change, right? But in the longer time horizon, yes, in a very long time horizon. But of course, you need a bipartisan collaboration instead of somebody new coming in and saying that this is, that this should be negated.
Czy można się do tego odnieść, bo myślę, że te trzy pokolenia...
I think the three generations is a slightly pessimistic approach, but and also not that easy to implement. We would need a continuous process, consistent process, a systemic process that
jest bardzo mało realne, bo to nie dotyczy tylko nauki, ale w ogóle dotyczy wszystkich ruchów.
it doesn't only refer science, it also refers to all people,
Polityki, biznesu,
or policy, business, politics.
bo pytanie było takie, czy naukowcy...
And if you want to connect that to the issue of branding, then you have to pose the question, should scientists promote themselves? Yeah, I think they should, but are they ready for it?
Byłam bardzo ciekawa wypowiedzi.
There are very interesting speeches of you who represent the area of science. If I may add something, I would say that scientists themselves perhaps not, but I think it's important that they are able to efficiently present the results of their scientific studies, because this is what we need so that we know what science is for. Is the work of scientists really needed? Is an average human person able to realize that a scientist is making things that help us live better and easier and improve our life? So the work of scientists itself should be very well presented and adjusted to the needs of the recipient. I wouldn't really think about whether our society needs simple messages. This is the case. We won't change it. Democracy enforces certain actions on us. So we need to adjust the language of science to the recipients as well. We cannot be offended that the regular average Joe doesn't understand what the scientists want to tell him. We need to think about what to do so that this scientific knowledge that actually is important, really relevant, and from the perspective of the state development, national development, is important. And how do we take this knowledge from the high level to a bit lower level so that the simple person can understand it and say, yes, this scientist is actually a hero. He makes my life easier. And then we as people, as society, will look at you with appreciation. That you scientists are needed, that the work matters. The language itself that the world of science uses is very complicated. So let's use a simpler language. When I was running an institution in the past and I had employees and I told them, please write your statements and your documents so that the reader can understand it. This is the very basic idea. How to reach a person with the knowledge that we have as scientists. And we shouldn't be offended. I see that in the world of science, there is a lot of appreciation towards nomenclature, titles, professors, PhD professors, etc. This is somehow creating a wall between the regular recipient and the scientist himself. Perhaps we should look towards this prestige that the scientists surround themselves, and maybe we should chip off a little bit of that prestige so that to make scientists more relatable to regular people. Scientists have a lot of work. They have to run classes with students, they have to write papers, they have to do their work. So maybe they are too busy or don't see the need to actually popularize science. But I think the role of institutes of higher education who hire scientists should take more seriously their role of selling science as such and presenting to the world what they do. Are you prepared? I think that institutes of higher learning are not really prepared because you don't have a subject called efficient communication of scientific results or something like that. I have an example. My my daughter is a cardiologist, and she had classes with women, but that was just one-off event. And there were cardiologists from around the world who came over, and then for 2 days they had classes with coaches who taught them how to present the results of their studies, how to present it, how to converse with the patient, how to also present their scientific achievements. It was a surprising class, and I think that you at universities you don't have classes like that. Yes, but let me just say on my own example, I can tell you how scientists and business operates and how they negotiate. And I really say that the scientists are in a disadvantageous position because the businesses are kind of abusing the scientists in a way, I would, and their gullibility. So we did actually classes with our scientists how they should negotiate and communicate to make situation better. Of course, this is a continuous process, and we shouldn't just stop on several training sessions, but over several years, we have strongly built in our teams those soft competences so that the scientist can actually sell himself. Yes, and our maybe not necessarily sell himself, but sell his knowledge. In a way, translate the language of science into the language of regular people. The dean has mentioned Dr. Maciej Kawecki. I think there are many people like this, like Mr. Wójcicki. Tomasz Rożek also in the foundation I Like Science, who unfortunately couldn't participate today. But there are many examples like that in Poland, but it is still drop in the ocean because we as scientists we know how to present the research of our science in a scientific way on conferences, on seminars, presentations, but that's it. We're not able to communicate in a very digestible way what we have achieved so that every average Joe can understand it. Let me stay in the area of personal branding, but let me expand on my topic and maybe mention the topic of women in science. Ladies are prepared for this topic, right? Several months ago, the Minister of Science and Higher Education have created a council on women's affairs in higher education and science. This council is supposed to support the equality of sexes in the academic environment, is supposed to analyze the women's situation in science and provide recommendations for solutions, systemic solutions to improve their situation and their professional situation and their professional careers. And as you probably know, if you heard me attentively when I was introducing my panelists, our colleague here is a member of that council, and the first question to you: do we really need to create such a council?
I think working on the council and the work, the analysis we've done, did uncover certain areas for improvement. We may have done a lot to redress this situation, but one of the efforts included an analysis of school textbooks to show us what's the average image of scientists at schools. And on average, women were not showcased as scientists, especially in exact sciences. In most cases, they were portrayed inside the household, at the washing machine, preparing meals and so on. The lone exception was Marie Curie Skłodowska. This came as a surprise to me, but also to Madam Minister of Science, and it showed us that basically we operate in accordance with certain stereotypes from an early age. We are gendered into certain entertainment or specializations, whether it's building blocks or playing with dolls. These skills don't have as much to do with our innate predispositions, but are gendered because of culture. What we want instead of this is a certain sense of synergy and mutual complementation. Obviously, the stereotypes are there, and to eradicate them is a daunting task, but we can start, and we should start with raising awareness and with mentoring programs at universities, and I think it would be easier for us if we did it this way. Sometimes the popular image of a woman being invited on an experts panel is that she wonders what the expert panel will be all about, whether she's qualified and so on, and the man will say, okay, just say when and where. Obviously, as women, we have to combine a number of different roles. When you start your academic career, about 40% of ladies finish their doctorate, and with professorship, the disproportion between men and women is much higher. I guess that such awareness-raising initiatives are essential for us to establish systemic change, among others, in education, be it at the level of secondary school or elementary school. Obviously, there is room to address these issues during your pedagogics classes, during your social skills classes. It's a matter of a simple Gallup test where you can easily verify the outcomes. And maybe you could also use it to rewire ladies in order to choose exact sciences as their majors in the future, because they do have the ability to think logically in exact sciences. They just need a nudge. They just need some encouragement for going down that professional road. Maybe that would reverse these proportions. Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the male point of view, if I may, Professor. Is it harder for women, or is it just a stereotype? Well, in my opinion, it's by and large a stereotype. Obviously, as an academic and an active one at that, I work with many doctoral students. Obviously, I am a faculty member at a military academy of technology, so my perspective is peculiar, but what I've seen is a great spike in the interest of ladies to educate themselves towards engineering. Statistically speaking, there are certain majors that ladies seem to prefer, and the gentlemen have others that they pursue. For example, we think of material engineering, logistics, surveying, or biomedical engineering. These are the majors now dominated by ladies. These are some majors. And then you've got majors such as electronics or IT or optoelectronics. And in those majors, you see male students dominate. Obviously, I don't think that we should force-feed any narratives or rebel against them, because both men and women have certain predispositions. And if you know, we see obviously great publicity efforts, great awareness campaigns promoting engineering as a major among women, and we see them succeed to a certain extent, but still ladies do choose certain majors and men tend to stick with others, even though the balance may be greater these days. If you think of virtualization systems or design systems and the way they transcend genders, yes, there is a certain balance that you can aim for. And my second point would be that I've seen a great interest of ladies in pursuing a professional military career, to join the rank and file and at the same time study at the University of Technology and combine these two by becoming a military engineer. 20 to 25 years ago, we only had certain individual odd one outs that were ladies in these departments. These days, this percentage has increased to 25% even. So the ladies have carved a niche for themselves in exact sciences and technical sciences too. And sometimes they even dominate, which is great because, as I've said, historically, these majors have not attracted a great attention and a great numbers among male students. If you think of, let's say, material engineering or analytical abilities and predispositions, ladies excel in these departments thanks to certain features that they can successfully allocate and build their brands. Well, yeah, building your brand is one thing and promoting it is another. That's okay, Mr. Dean, dear professor, you only have 1 minute, unfortunately, because we are being hastened by the organizers. Okay, well, maybe we could also simplify things and, you know, establish legal parity and fix it once and for all. It's a tempting perspective, but it is met with immediate counter-reaction. Obviously, there are certain majors, whether it's Polish sciences, psychology, or pedagogics, that are traditionally dominated by females, and you don't have to fight with that, but it's worth addressing and challenging these convictions culturally. There's a lot of cultural changes that you have to consider over a generation or two. It's not a thing that you do overnight. The trend is very much welcome, but you cannot really expedite it by enforcing some legislation from top to bottom. When it comes to predispositions and talents, obviously we have to rewire our entire society, and many faculty members may struggle to address and accommodate themselves to this new reality. Obviously, we want to speak of unleashing, untapping preferences, and you know, there are certain preconceptions that you rehash after one generation and another as part of the education machine, but you don't want that. You don't want to be repetitive. You want to be creative, and the more you put it off, the more you will lag behind. Agnieszka, if you could follow up, please. Thank you. As part of these analyses, you can agree that the progress in terms of technical universities is noticeable in terms of female students. On the other hand, many ladies that finish in their technical education end up in professions non-related to their university majors. So something goes wrong in this case too, because yes, it's undoubted and undeniable that you do have more and more women students among the alumni of these technical universities, but something is still missing in the professional market, I guess. Well, this may be a topic for another conference. Well, thank you. Thank you for these comments, and thank you for establishing this council that you've mentioned that caters to the professional stature of ladies at universities. When it comes to schools, we do have methodology in place that helps you determine the natural predisposition of certain ladies and gentlemen in terms of their interests, talents, predispositions that can help them delineate their future career. Obviously, many textbooks still include stereotypization, but there are certain trends that are undeniable, like certain ladies drop out of the professional circulation between 30th and 40th year of age, which is when they mostly spend their time not only on self-improvement, but also on their, say, maternal responsibilities. I always said to my husband, "Boy, I'd love to have a wife that would help me out and would expedite my way towards being a full professor here in Poland." Yeah, so it takes two to tango, and it takes two to make a professor, and make them a full professor quick at that. Obviously, you want to change, you want to adopt different roles, you want to put on different hats in your professional life, and this goes to show you that those ladies who succeed at that have great ambitions and great capacity to fulfill those goals, including in the military sector, as the professor said. Thank you, and I'd like to summarize our discussion by addressing a latest example that we have been talking about in Poland. The second Polish man in outer space that we have sent into space recently as part of the international mission. Miłosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski, sorry. Is that our next superhero? Will we as Poland be able to make the most of this success and promote our science effectively? As of now, unfortunately, we don't have, let's say, top quality science. We've got, obviously, this event has been covered widely, but in a very pop cultural way. And unfortunately, what I think it will lead to is a series of post stamps, the way it did with the first Polish astronaut in space, Mirosław Hermaszewski, a long time ago. Can you use it as a springboard for promoting Polish science? Of course you can. It's just that you have to turn that man into a superhero. Obviously, that person may be recognized at a pop cultural level, but it should only be a small percentage of the way we use their popularity. Unfortunately, this is the majority of their use in Polish discourse. So yeah, Poland spent 65 billion euro, for Mr. Uznański-Wiśniewski to fly out into space. And if we think of the inadequate Polish infrastructure in terms of space exploration, did this mission make any sense? Did this expenditure pay off? Well, maybe from a perspective of a university that educates astronauts, I'll tell you what we should pay attention to. Training astronauts, astronautics, is something that is not limited to space exploration. It is an interdisciplinary science which calls for very extensive knowledge in mechanics, material engineering, as well as advanced electronics and optoelectronics, while also calling for knowledge on geology, astrophysics, satellite systems, GNS systems, and so on. And I think that using this case is a great way of promoting our science here in Poland, but will we make the most of it? Will we be able to showcase this person not as an astronaut, but as a scientist first and foremost? A scientist who is now working at a space station. And I'm afraid that within the scope of theoretical knowledge, we may have this opportunity. I visited Kennedy Space Center 3 to 4 times, where you have to have social security number in order to enter the very lab. Which is so advanced that we must perceive it as a future science. And whether we send one astronaut into space or not, we will not traverse this great gap between us and the US. It will take years of investment of the kind put in by the US government that is unparalleled and unmatched to this day. I would focus on maximizing the promotional capacity of this case and galvanizing the whole academic community towards stimulating some positive stimuli. Because infrastructure-wise, we will not be able to build our own launch pads. We haven't even constructed our own nuclear power plant in 3 decades, let alone more advanced technological solutions. And then we are also likely to fail budget-wise. We fail in terms of insufficient human capital and financial capital. Okay, and in another perspective, if you think of personal branding in science, this is also a great case in point, because if you consider this fact, ladies and gentlemen, here in this room, and in general, in the academia, a year ago, give or take, how many of you knew Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski?
I checked, and he is, in 2008, he graduated cum laude university at the Polish the Łódzkie Institute of Technology, and also he was studying in France. In 2011, he got the PhD also in France. During his doctoral studies, he was working as an engineer to study radiation in France. In 2011, he started his work in the European Organization for Nuclear Science, not in France, but in Geneva in Switzerland. And now, does an average Joe average Joe had a chance to hear about Sławomir? A year ago, but this is an exception because it's a niche thing, niche topic. He was the Man of the Year of RMF Classic. But who is listening to RMF Classic? This is a niche radio station. So I think it's a niche radio station, just like a Polish channel number 2. But this is a matter of recognizability of this very persona. And right now, just like I mentioned, unfortunately, such topics related to science are very niche. But how to make that an average Joe? Because now the average Joe knows who Sławomir is. He became a hero, national hero in a way. But what to do so that an average person knows why he went there?
I co świat, Polska, czy w ogóle nauka...
So how does Polish science benefit from his flight?
który zagarnę tą przestrzeń, będzie bardzo trywialne.
I think it's very trivial. I think
Za tą warstwą bardzo
apart from this very niche layer of
rozmawiamy też o
science,
hermetycznej. I ona musi istnieć, bo bez tego nauki nie
I
ma.
think this hermeticism of science has to be there, because without it, the world of science doesn't exist. It's a very hermetic world, niche world. But ladies and gentlemen, what I say may evoke some controversies. It may be trivial and controversial, but we have reality shows about very many things. About different various topics that are not important.
Który by się ciągnął, mniej więcej coś takiego jak szpital gdzieś tam, prawda? Albo czegoś
Why don't we have a sitcom about the world of science?
mamy reality show o naukowcach, w którym
Why don't we have a reality show about scientists where
ktoś taki,
one of the heroes of which would be a
Sławosz czy Kawecki,
person like Sławosz or Kawecki?
prymitywne, ale to przemawia do mas.
Yes,
A jak nie
these
przemawia do
shows
mas, to nie
might be
będzie
very low level, but they speak to us.
background,
Otherwise, we won't have a background to
Dziękuję.
plant a seed so that the person watching a reality show about scientists could maybe learn something and maybe in the future get interested in science.
Pięknie spuentował, że natomiast myślę, że co możemy jest
What can we do? Well, I think there is another impulse to
technologii.
develop these technologies and scientists.
Tutaj pan profesor powiedział.
Just like the professor mentioned,
Skupia, wiedza jest skupiona
knowledge is very much
dziedzin. To nie jest
focusing many branches.
tu jest też pole
Knowledge and science itself is very multidisciplinary.
się w tych powiedzmy
It's a challenge, but also a chance, because
które by mogły wpłynąć na rozwój nauki. A
I think the topics related to satellites are very much interesting, and maybe can be used as a platform. We do have experts, abroad regarding aerospace, and so yeah, we do have our own satellites. We do have connectivity technology. Yes, we in Poland do have a potential when it comes to aerospace industry. How to make Polish science more international, and at the same time we stop the brain drain, because it's a paradoxical situation. We didn't educate this person, but we paid for him going there.
Powiem tak, że to
Yeah.
jest bardzo
So
piękne
it's a very
podsumowanie
nice summary
na temat brandingu i marki w nauce.
of branding in science, because we are thinking all together for an hour now what to do so that we can interest young people in a scientific career. We have fantastic example of that we can translate into a reality. You can tell young people you can go into space as well. You can be a Polish scientist to represent your country somewhere there in space. You will be famous, well known, etc. And this is a fantastic product that can be used and show young people. It's about Polish science in space, and not only a Polish scientist in space. He, of course, is a young person, modest person, very well educated scientist who can use social media very well, which also will allow him to reach young people. It's a person whom we can really, let's say, use to get people interested in science, just like the professor mentioned. It's not just science related to space, but it's science in general. There's a lot of popular scientific experiments that can actually attract people. I have a teenage granddaughter, and I tell him, listen, in space there is a lady who is a space woman, and she will be testing cosmetics there in space. There is a company that will allow her to test their cosmetics in space. So everybody will find a topic that's interesting to you, to show that science is a might, and science can actually make our lives easier. that it is a fantastic pattern that can be used. Will we use it? That's a very nice question. We need to remember that even now lessons are being prepared for schools, for primary schools, on the basis of that space flight, and let's hope that we will be using them in such a way that maybe not necessarily train space men, but actually we can use this space knowledge and train people who can actually get into science. Yes, a fantastic example. Slavoj, let's remember that he himself was very much interested in that flight. He went through hundreds of hours of difficult tests that allow him to go into space. So you can show his persistence, his motivation, and you can show his success. With what does the science need? Well, we have a ready-made product, right? I would summarize our discussions in a similar way. We need to mention that there's a big role of a human factor in all of this. Scientists also, when you're building around yourself a team, you need to make sure that this team, you need to make sure that you know how to talk to this team, you need to be able to build a relationship with this team and build interests, and you need to show how particular elements that you are dealing with and science that you are creating, things that you are generating, you need to show that you are able to get young people interested in all this. I was creating a team for 10 years. And what did it turn out? Well, it turned out that I have people around me of a dozen scientists or so who are not interested in US, and they say, dear professor, I'm not going to go to the United States. Here is our network, here is our environment. We need to build networks here, network effects. We do have we don't have financial aspect, because a leader of a team needs to make sure that they can get projects and money. The leader has to make people know how to collaborate in teams. Once we do that, the scientists will stay here and create here their brand. And I know this from my own example. But unfortunately, I learned all this in the United States. I've learned how important it is to have network effects. What does it mean to build teams? What does it mean to build relations? What does it mean to actually get projects? How important it is to transfer knowledge, so that you can talk to both the scientist and the engineer. And thanks to me experiencing that, I had a chance to do that. Now I actually was able to build a team completely differently, and I was able to build relations with young people. I talked to professors, I talked to engineers, and even people with whom I was working. They became professors, they became leaders, and they even outgrew me, even though I was teaching them how to do these things. So once again, I would like to emphasize how important it is to create the network effects. They are a key issue, key factor. But this work needs to be done, building network effects. Sometimes single decisions, even top-bottom decisions, can destroy very beneficial movements. So let's be careful that we don't destroy what we are creating with the unwise decisions. Yes, leadership is in fact important. I think here we should create such an ecosystem and such network effects that people like Słabosz would like to come back here and would like to invest their future here in Poland. Thank you kindly. And one sentence from the MP. Now, like I have mentioned, leaders are important, and let's remember that you have to yourself be interested to raise interest in others. So let's create such behaviors that are very much positive. Thank you kindly. Dean, one sentence.
W każdym bądź razie 2 razy usłyszałem, że już podsumowałem dyskusję, tak już chyba wyczerpałem temat.
Okay, I hope
Podsumowując, jedynie
I can manage.
pod tym, co
Yeah, I
zostało
have to
tutaj
confirm what has already been said. There's no point to repeat it. I think
Szanowni
the
Państwo,
summary has already been made by my previous speakers, so I would like to thank them for that.
tego instytucjonalnego i personalnego mamy bardzo dużo jeszcze do
So there's a lot of things that need to be done when it comes to personal branding and science branding, but I think we did manage to get some conclusions. Thank you kindly. I'd like to thank everybody and all you guests for your patience.
Była pani posłanka Urszula
We had Urszula Koszucka MP, Dr. Inżynier Barbara Juszczyk, Professor Jerzy Małachowski, as well as Professor Aleksander Wolski. Thank you kindly.
Inspirujące rozmowy.
Room, let this be a networking opportunity. Thank you.